Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I moved into a secure apartment with cameras and key fobs because I thought security was something you could buy. I picked a building with a bright lobby, a front desk that smelled like lemon cleaner, and hallway lights that never fully dimmed. I learned the routine fast. Tap the fob, wait for the green blink, hear the lock click, step into the elevator with its soft motor hum and that faint metallic air that every shared building has. I told myself it felt different than the townhouse. Safer, cleaner, like a place where a person could not simply slip into the background and become part of the walls. For a while it worked, or at least I convinced myself it did. I went back to my boring habits, late-night grocery pickups, gym runs close to midnight, because I liked an empty weight room and the way the fluorescent lights made everything look unreal but controlled. I stopped checking locks twice. I stopped standing still in the dark, listening for the house to tell on itself. I started sleeping through the refrigerator cycling on and off again, through the soft rush of the air handler, through the little clicks and pings that used to keep me awake. Then the silences started again. Not full silences, not dramatic. Just gaps. A second here, a second there. The same kind of mechanical hush I used to hear in the townhouse when the fridge would cut out mid-hum and the HVAC would pause at the exact wrong moment, leaving the room too clear, too empty, like someone had pressed mute on the world. In an apartment building, there are always other sounds to hide behind. Elevator doors, distant footsteps, someone's TV leaking through drywall. But those gaps still found me. I would lie there staring at the faint line of light under my bedroom door, feeling my body tense in anticipation of something I could not name. I kept telling myself it was trauma, that my brain had learned a pattern and now it was looking for it everywhere. I never told anyone the full story. I told friends I moved because I wanted a change. I told my mom the townhouse had maintenance issues. I smiled through it and acted normal because normal is the only thing people will tolerate for long. Even when the elevator mirror made me look pale and a little too awake. Even when I caught myself memorizing the new apartment's sounds the way I used to memorize the old ones. And then, months later, on a night that felt completely ordinary, I woke up to my phone lighting the room with that soft blue glow. 2:41 a.m. There was an email. No name I recognized. No subject line that made sense in the way spam usually does. Just 4 words sitting there like they had been placed carefully, like someone knew I would read them twice before they meant anything. You like it warm. I stared at the screen until my eyes burned. I remember the exact position I was in, half on my side, one foot sticking out from under the blanket because the apartment ran hot. The quiet whir of the bathroom fan I never turned off at night. My thumb hovered over the notification, and the part of me that still believed in secure buildings tried to invent a harmless explanation. Wrong address, phishing, a weird marketing thing, a friend messing with me. But the words were not random. They were specific. They were personal. They were the kind of thing someone says when they have been close enough to notice the small choices you make without thinking. I did not open the email right away. I put the phone face down on the mattress like that could stop it from being real. I listened to the building. I listened for the elevator, for footsteps in the hall, for a neighbor's door, for anything that would prove I was not alone with those words. The fridge in my kitchen clicked, and then it went quiet. And in the second that followed, when the apartment seemed to hold its breath, I heard something that did not belong to the building. A soft, deliberate tap, so light it could have been a fingertip testing wood, coming from the direction of my closet. Chapter 1, 6,000 words. The house that breathed on schedule. 2,050 words. Peaceful routine, predictable noise. I am not writing this for the police. That is the first thing I need to say, because if I start with the details the way they happened, it sounds like the kind of story that gets you politely nodded at and quietly dismissed. It sounds like the kind of thing people use as proof that being alone too much makes you invent threats. Like your mind gets bored and starts making monsters out of plumbing and settling wood. I know how it sounds because I used to be that guy. I used to mock the "I felt watched" stories, not out loud to someone's face, not cruelly, but in that private way people do when they think they are being rational. I would listen to a friend tell a story about a weird neighbor or a strange knock or a car that kept passing their house. And I would think, maybe you are just jumpy. Maybe you are reading too much into it. Maybe you watched one too many true crime videos. I was the one who believed that if you lived like an adult and locked your doors and minded your business, life stayed within predictable boundaries. Bad things happened, sure, but they happened in ways you could recognize. You could see them coming. You could name them. What happened to me did not feel like that. It felt like something that lived inside the normal. It felt like it borrowed the shape of routine until routine itself started to look wrong. At the time this started, I was living in a townhouse on the outskirts of Columbus, Ohio, in one of those developments that look identical from the street. 2 floors, attached on one side to a neighbor I rarely saw. A small single-car garage, a concrete driveway that never quite stayed clean because of wind and salt, and the kind of dirty snow that gets pushed to the curb in February. The front door opened straight into the living room. The kitchen ran along the back wall with a narrow island that was just wide enough for a cutting board and a laptop. The stairs were near the middle of the house, carpeted, always holding the faint smell of whatever detergent I used on my work clothes. Upstairs, there was a short hallway with the thermostat on the wall, dead center, like a little plastic eye. My bedroom was at the end of the hall, and beside it was a closet I barely used for anything besides old boxes and a spare blanket. That closet matters, but back then it did not even exist in my mind as a place worth noticing. It was just a door. White paint, cheap builder-grade knob, the kind of hollow core sound when you pushed it too hard. Like most things in that house, it was there, and I accepted it as part of the background. My life was not dramatic. That is important too. I worked night shift IT support for a logistics company. Not the glamorous kind of IT, the kind where people call you because a handheld scanner will not sync, or a warehouse computer will not take a password, or the dispatchers cannot print the labels they need and the whole line is about to back up. I was the person who fixed problems that were only emergencies because they stopped other people from doing their jobs. I spent my nights in a building that never truly slept, under fluorescent lights that made every surface look slightly sick. The break room always smelled like burnt coffee and warm toner from the printer, like someone had been microwaving something with too much grease and the air never fully recovered. There was a vending machine that made a soft, rattling cough when it dropped a soda, and the sound of that machine became one of the small, predictable beats of my life. My co-workers were mostly good people, tired people, the kind who talk in half jokes because everything is easier if you pretend it is not serious. Dispatchers had headsets on. Forklifts beeped in the warehouse behind the walls. The intercom squawked now and then in a voice that sounded both bored and stressed. When things got quiet, it was not peaceful. It was just the moment between problems. I drove the same route home every night. I could have done it with my eyes closed. The highway signs were familiar in a way that made them feel like part of my personal world, not public infrastructure. Exit ramps, the rhythm of lane markings, the way the city lights thinned out into suburban darkness. In winter, the wind in the parking lot cut straight through you, and I would sit in my car for a minute before starting the engine, letting the heater blow on my hands until my knuckles stopped aching. That car became another small room I lived in. The smell of stale fast food wrappers I meant to throw away, the faint scent of my gym bag, the dry heat from the vents, the way the dashboard clock glowed a dull blue. By the time I pulled into my driveway most nights, it was somewhere between 2 and 3 in the morning. That is a strange hour to exist in. The world feels empty, but not asleep. The streetlights were that sodium orange color that makes everything look like a photograph from a different decade. The neighborhood was quiet in a very American way. Quiet except for the systems that keep it running. A distant freeway hiss, the occasional car passing too fast, the soft hum of a transformer somewhere, a dog barking far enough away to feel like it belonged to someone else's life. Inside my townhouse, everything had a sound. I used to think of silence as silence. After that winter, I stopped believing in it. My refrigerator had a compressor hum that lasted about 20 minutes, then clicked off with a small relay sound that was almost like a tongue click. Sometimes, if I was standing close enough, I could hear the faint bubbling of refrigerant like a tiny river inside the walls of the machine. The ice maker, when it decided to do its job, made a sharp crack as cubes dropped into the bin, and if the house was quiet enough, that crack sounded like a knuckle breaking. My HVAC system had a breath to it, an inhale when the fan started, a steady exhale through the vents, and then a winding down that felt like a sigh. The vents themselves pinged sometimes as the metal shifted with heat. The water pipes made a soft ticking when hot water cooled. The upstairs hallway floorboards had one spot near the thermostat that always creaked, not loudly, but enough to tell you someone had stepped there. And beyond my walls, through the shared side of the townhouse, there were neighbor sounds that I learned without ever meeting the person who made them. The muffled thump of a dryer drum, a cabinet door closing, a vacuum cleaner on Saturday afternoons, a television laugh track late at night. None of it bothered me. It all reassured me. It meant the world was consistent. That is the kind of life I was living. Predictable, a little lonely, but stable. A life where small details could be filed away and forgotten. I had habits that made the house feel like mine. I left the porch light on. I kept the thermostat steady because I hated waking up cold. I came home, locked the door, dropped my keys in the same ceramic bowl by the kitchen island, and listened to the house resume its normal soundtrack around me. Sometimes I would heat up leftovers, eat at the island, then sit on the couch with the TV low, not really watching anything. Other times I would shower right away and climb into bed while the neighborhood outside stayed frozen under streetlight. I did not think of myself as anxious. I did not think of myself as the kind of person who checked the front door twice. My mind was usually somewhere else. Work tickets, passwords, the next day's groceries, whether my car needed oil soon. I liked having a routine because routine freed my brain to drift. It made life feel simple. It made the hours go down smooth. If you had asked me then what the scariest part of living alone was, I would have said something normal. Slipping on ice and nobody finding you for a while, or having a medical emergency in the shower, or a car breaking down on the highway at 2:30 in the morning. I would not have said someone in your house. that thought lived in the category of home invasion stories and movies. It did not live in my kitchen. That is why the beginning matters. Because nothing started with a masked man or a broken window or a scream. It started with the house itself and the way I listened to it. I do not remember the first time I noticed the fridge cycle. I do not remember the first time I noticed the HVAC breathe. I only know there came a point when I could tell where I was in the night by the sounds around me. I could predict them. I could sit on the couch and think, the compressor will click off in a minute. And it would. I could lie in bed and hear the vent ping and know the heat was about to stop. It was not a skill. It was just a quiet familiarity. Then, slowly, I started noticing the gaps. Not dramatic gaps. Nothing that would make you jump out of your skin. Just tiny moments where the house felt too clean. Like a room after music stops and your ears rush to fill the emptiness. Like your brain, trained on a steady hum, suddenly does not know where to rest. A second where the fridge and the HVAC happened to be off at the same time, and the freeway sounded farther away than usual. A second where the neighbor's dryer thump did not come when it always did. The first few times, I did not label it. I did not call it ominous. I did not even think of it as a thing. It was just a moment of quiet, a coincidence. The kind of normal quiet you only notice because you are awake at an hour when most people are not. But I was awake. I was always awake. And being awake at 2 or 3 in the morning changes the way your senses behave. The world shrinks to what is near you. Your ears become greedy. They grab at small sounds, and then they start expecting them. When you hear the same household noises every night, your brain uses them like rails. It relaxes because everything is in place. And when one of those rails disappears, even briefly, you feel it. Your body feels it before your mind does. That was the tiny unease that began threading itself into my calm. Not fear, not yet. Just an awareness. A subtle tightening in my shoulders when the house got too quiet. A habit of pausing at the bottom of the stairs and listening before I went up. A moment of stillness in the hallway. Eyes on the thermostat without any reason to look at it. The ridiculous part is that, at that stage, I was still comfortable. I still believed in my own explanations. I still believed the house was just a house. If I caught myself listening too hard, I would laugh under my breath and blame it on working nights. I would tell myself I was wired. I would tell myself my brain was bored and turning the normal into a pattern game. I remember one night in particular, standing at the kitchen island with a plastic container of leftover pasta, the microwave clock glowing green, the TV in the living room murmuring low. The fridge was humming. The HVAC was running. The freeway hiss was distant but steady. Everything was perfectly ordinary. I was tired in a way that felt safe, like a heavy blanket. Then the fridge clicked off. The HVAC stopped a moment later, and for one clean second, the entire house seemed to pause. The kind of pause that makes you notice your own breathing because nothing else is breathing with you. I stood still without realizing I had stopped chewing. My fork hovered above the container. I listened, and then, just as quickly, the normal noises returned. The TV continued. A car hissed past on the freeway. The neighbor's dryer thumped once through the shared wall. My microwave clock kept glowing. I let out a breath I did not know I was holding. I shook my head at myself, almost smiling. It was nothing. It was only silence. It was only the house doing what houses do. That is the honest truth about how it began. With peace, with routine, with sounds I trusted. with a calm life that felt so stable I did not notice how much I depended on it. And if the story ended there, if the house had stayed a simple machine of hums and clicks and predictable breaths, I never would have written any of this. I would have kept mocking those stories. I would have kept believing the world stayed on the outside of your walls. I went to bed that night the way I always did. I locked the door. I checked the stove out of habit. I climbed the stairs and passed the thermostat without touching it, without looking at it for more than a second. I closed my bedroom door. I lay down and listened to the house settle into its familiar schedule. The calm came back, smooth and convincing, like it always did. And for a little while, I let it. 1,275 words. Small errors I could explain. The first time the temperature felt wrong, I noticed it the way you notice a smell in your own house. Late. And only because it is different enough to interrupt your autopilot. I came in through the garage door after my shift, and the air in the kitchen had that thin, dry bite that usually meant I had forgotten to adjust the thermostat before bed. My cheeks felt tight from the cold outside. But this was different. This cold was inside the walls. It sat low, at ankle height, like the air had settled there and decided to stay. I stood at the kitchen island long enough to hear the refrigerator humming steady, and I waited for the familiar warm push from the vent near the stairs. It never came. I walked to the bottom of the staircase and looked up, because the thermostat was upstairs in the hallway, and I could not see it from where I stood. That was the first part that annoyed me. It was not fear yet. It was the simple irritation of being tired and having to climb stairs for something that should already be correct. I went up, one hand on the railing, and the carpet muffled my steps the way it always did. The thermostat's screen glowed pale blue in the dark hallway. It read 64 degrees. For a second I just stared, like the numbers had to rearrange themselves if I gave them time. Then I saw the tiny label beneath the temperature. Hold. I laughed. Actually laughed. A short exhale that sounded stupid in the empty hallway. Nice, I muttered to nobody. Real smooth. In my head, it was instantly my fault. It had to be. I imagined myself half asleep the night before, reaching out like a zombie and jabbing buttons. I imagined a clumsy thumb landing on something it should not. I told myself I had probably woken up sweating, overcorrected, and then forgotten. I was the kind of person who made small mistakes when I was exhausted. I was not the kind of person who believed in anything else. I stepped closer and tapped the buttons. The plastic made that sharp, hollow clicking sound cheap thermostats make, like a pen being clicked inside a drawer. The screen changed. The set point jumped up. I turned off hold, then turned it back on again just to be sure it was listening. The hallway vent cover beside it creaked faintly when the fan started, a soft plastic flexing noise that always happened in winter. A moment later, the HVAC came alive somewhere in the walls, a steady low rush that sounded like the house finally exhaling. Relief came with it, which should tell you how my brain worked then. I was relieved because the house was behaving again. It had a schedule. It had a system. It was not doing anything surprising. I went into my bedroom, stripped off my work hoodie, and tossed it over a chair. My room was cold enough that the sheet felt crisp when I pulled it back. I was tired in the flat, heavy way that comes after a shift, where nothing goes wrong enough to be dramatic, but everything goes wrong enough to keep you slightly tense for 6 hours. I wanted sleep like a physical substance. I wanted it like a drink. My phone buzzed weakly when I set it on the nightstand. I picked it up without thinking, thumbed it awake, and saw the battery indicator, 11%. That was the second small error. It should not have mattered. It was not dangerous. It was not supernatural. It was just annoying. I had a charger on the nightstand. and I always plugged it in. I did it the same way every night, like brushing my teeth. I could picture the motion clearly. I even remembered the little spark of satisfaction you get from seeing the lightning icon appear. The quiet proof that one small part of your life is handled. The cable was still connected to my phone. I followed it to the brick, then to the outlet, and that was when my stomach tightened. Not from fear, not yet, but from a sudden confusion I did not like. The charger was not fully seated in the outlet. It was hanging out slightly, tilted, as if someone had started to plug it in and then changed their mind. It was still close enough that it looked connected at first glance, the way a door looks closed, until you try the handle and realize it is not latched. I stared at it, trying to summon a normal explanation fast enough to stop my body from reacting. Maybe I kicked it. Maybe the plug was loose. Maybe the outlet was worn out. Maybe I yanked it when I rolled over with the cable across my chest and never woke up enough to notice. All of those explanations came to me quickly, lined up like defense attorneys. I picked the charger up, pushed it firmly into the outlet, and watched the phone display change. Charging. Fine. Solved. But the scene did not feel solved. It felt staged wrong. My phone had been on the nightstand, not in the bed. I did not sleepwalk. I did not have a history of doing anything weird in my sleep. The cable was not stretched or tangled in a way that suggested I had yanked it hard. It was just unplugged, slightly, like a mistake made by fingers and then abandoned. I sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on my knees, and listened to my own house. I could hear the HVAC pushing warm air now, and the vent in the hallway made its quiet creak again. The refrigerator in the kitchen cycled up, a deeper hum than before, like it was working harder because the temperature had dropped. Somewhere through the shared wall, my neighbor's dryer thumped once, then again, a steady beat that sounded comforting in its predictability. Everything was normal. So I forced myself to behave like everything was normal. I lay down. I turned the lamp off. The room went dark except for the faint green glow of the smoke detector and the dim wash of orange streetlight coming through the blinds. I pulled the blanket up, and within minutes I could feel the warmth from the heater starting to spread through the upstairs. That should have been the end of it. 2 small annoyances, 2 easy explanations. A tired man making tired mistakes. Then came the tap. It was so soft that at first I thought it was part of a dream. A single, delicate sound, like a fingernail touching plastic. Not a knock, not the solid, blunt force of a fist. Something lighter. A test. I opened my eyes and stayed still. The room looked exactly the same. The same dim streetlight stripes on the wall. The same shadow of my dresser. The same shape of my closet door in the darkness. Another tap. This time I knew it was real. It was not in my room. It was somewhere above or beyond it, upstairs, but not inside my walls. The sound had direction. It carried through the air, not through the plumbing. It felt like it came from the hallway, near where the thermostat was. My first reaction was irritation. That is the part I hate admitting. Not fear, not panic. Irritation, like I had caught the house doing something it should not be doing. I lay there and waited, because I did not want to get up. I did not want to give the sound the respect of my attention. I wanted it to disappear under the blanket of normal explanations. A third tap came, slightly slower than the first 2, as if whoever or whatever was making it was paying attention to the space between sounds. Testing again. I held my breath without thinking. The tapping stopped. I stayed frozen, lungs tight, waiting for the next sound. My heart felt loud. It is strange how quickly your body can turn itself into an alarm system when your brain has not even decided what the threat is. In the silence that followed, I heard details that were always there, but never usually demanded attention. The faint click of the refrigerator relay downstairs, the thin hiss of air through a duct, the distant freeway sounding like a long breath. I let my breath out slowly. Tap. The sound returned immediately, like it had been listening for that exact moment. Not louder, not more urgent, just present again, calm in a way that made my skin prickle. I sat up. The mattress creaked. The room seemed to expand in the dark. I listened for movement. Footsteps, a door closing, any sound that would give the tapping a reasonable source. Nothing. Just that small, deliberate touch. My mind ran through options quickly. The house settling, the vent cover flexing, a plastic hanger shifting in the closet. A neighbor's sound traveling through the shared wall in a weird way. Everything that could be explained by physics and cheap construction. But the tapping did not behave like those things. It had pacing. It had restraint. I swung my legs out of bed and stood. The carpet was cold under my feet. I went to my bedroom door and opened it slowly, trying to control the sound of the hinges. The hallway was darker than my room. The thermostat's screen glow was a small rectangle of pale light on the wall, like an electronic nightlight. The tapping did not happen again while I stood there. I took one step into the hallway. The floorboard near the thermostat gave its soft, familiar creak, the same creak it always gave. Normal. Predictable. My eyes went to the vent cover. The plastic looked slightly bowed, like it always did when the heat ran. The air coming out of it was warm and steady. No tapping. I stood there long enough that my brain began to shame me. I was awake in my hallway at 3 a.m. because of a noise that had already stopped. This is what night shift does, I told myself. It turns you into a person who listens too hard. It makes you suspicious of your own house. I felt stupid and tight, like someone had caught me flinching at my own shadow. I walked downstairs and checked the doors, because once you are up, your mind refuses to go back to sleep without proof. Front door, locked. Deadbolt engaged. Back sliding door, locked. The little bar in place. Garage door, closed. The interior door from the garage into the house. Locked. Chain latched the way I always kept it. I even checked the small window above the kitchen sink, the one that only opened a few inches. I pressed on it, tested the latch. Everything held. I went back to the living room and pulled up the Ring camera history on my phone. The screen glow lit my hands. I scrolled through the timeline. A car passing earlier in the evening, a raccoon near someone's trash can, a package delivery 2 days ago. Nothing from tonight. No motion. No alert. Nothing that would explain any tapping. I stood there for a long time, phone in hand, feeling the ridiculousness settle over me like dust. It was not even a fear anymore. It was embarrassment. I imagined trying to tell someone at work and hearing my own words come out thin and dramatic. I imagined a dispatcher laughing and saying I needed to get laid or sleep more. I imagined the polite, tired face a police officer would make if I called and said my thermostat was acting weird and I heard a tap. So I did what I always did. I made myself smaller. I made the problem smaller. I folded it into routine. I went back upstairs. As I climbed, the HVAC cut off mid-cycle, and the sound of rushing air stopped so suddenly that the silence felt like a pressure change. It was not a total silence. There was still the fridge, still the distant freeway, but it was enough to make me pause on the stairs. For a second, the house felt too still. Then the refrigerator hummed a little louder, filling the space, and the moment passed like it had never existed. I got into bed and turned over, facing away from the hallway. I told myself the tapping was a vent, or the plastic thermostat cover cooling, or a neighbor sound that had traveled strangely. I told myself the temperature drop was my mistake. I told myself the charger had been loose and I had not pushed it in all the way. All of those explanations were reasonable. They were adult explanations. They were the kind of explanations you choose because choosing anything else feels like stepping off solid ground. I finally drifted off sometime after that. Not because I felt safe, but because my body demanded it. The last thing I remember before sleep took me was the quiet rhythm returning. The refrigerator running, the house settling, the freeway in the distance, and the thermostat's pale glow in the hallway, steady and watchful, like it was waiting for the next time I needed to touch it. 1.375 words. The log entry that should not exist. There are certain kinds of nights where nothing feels wrong enough to stay wrong. That is the best way I can describe it. The cold house, the half-unplugged charger, the tapping that stopped when I held my breath, none of it escalated into anything you could point to. Nothing broke. Nobody shouted outside. No alarm went off. By the time I got through the next shift, the whole thing had already started to flatten itself into a story my brain could live with. I told myself I had been overtired. I told myself the temperature drop was my mistake. I told myself cheap outlets do what cheap outlets do. When you work nights, you learn to forgive a lot of weirdness, because the alternative is living in a constant state of suspicion. The world looks different at 2 a.m., and your body reacts differently too. Everything feels slightly unreal. Even perfectly normal things can feel ominous if you stare at them long enough. So I did not stare at them. I went back to routine. 2 nights later, after another uneventful shift, I came home and did what I always did when my brain was too wired to sleep and too tired to do anything useful. I stood in the kitchen in my socks, opened the fridge, and ate cold leftovers right out of the container. It was something like chicken and rice, the kind of meal you tell yourself is healthy because it has protein in it, even if it tastes like cardboard after 2 days. I leaned against the kitchen island and let the refrigerator door hang open too long, because the light inside the fridge made the room feel less empty. The house around me was doing its normal soundtrack again. The refrigerator compressor hummed in its deep, steady way. The air handler was on, pushing warm air through the vents. Through the shared wall, my neighbor's dryer thumped, a slow rotation like a heartbeat you could count if you wanted to. I had the TV on low in the living room, but I was not watching it. It was just a noise to keep my thoughts from getting too sharp. The microwave clock glowed green. The stove clock glowed white. Outside, the orange streetlight stripes were still painted across the blinds. Everything was so ordinary, it almost made me angry for getting spooked the other night. That was when I opened the thermostat app. Not because I was scared, not because I had a plan. More like a reflex, a bored curiosity. I wanted to see if I had accidentally set some kind of schedule. I wanted to prove to myself that the hold thing had been user error. I wanted the kind of neat little explanation that feels like closing a file. I put my phone on the counter and unlocked it with my thumb. The light from the screen made my hands look pale and slightly shaky, which annoyed me even more. I tapped the app icon. It loaded. The thermostat widget showed the current temperature and the set point. 70. Normal, warm air in the vents. All fine. Then I found the History tab. I do not know if every thermostat app has this, but mine did. A little log of events, schedule changes, adjustments, when the system turned on and off. It was a feature I had never cared about because I did not need to. I was not the kind of person who tracked his house like it was a machine. I tapped it anyway. At first it looked boring. Tiny entries in a list. Temperature reached. Heat cycle started. Heat cycle ended. It had the same dead, clinical tone that all apps have, like it was recording the weather on Mars. I scrolled with my thumb, still chewing cold rice, still half waiting for the neighbor's dryer to thump again through the wall. Then I saw the entry that made my throat tighten. It was not highlighted. It did not flash or pop up like a warning. It was just there in the same font as everything else, which somehow made it worse. Manual temp change, 2:41 a.m., 64 degrees, hold. I stared at it without blinking for what felt like a long time. My brain did not accept it right away. It treated the words the way it treats a typo in your own name, like the information has to be processed twice because it refuses to fit. Manual, not schedule, not system. Manual, 2:41 a.m., 64 degrees. Hold. My mouth went dry. The chicken and rice tasted suddenly like metal. I did not think someone was in my house immediately. That is not the first place a sane mind goes. The first place my mind went was to numbers, to data, to proving the app wrong. I moved on pure instinct, the same way I handle a weird ticket at work. Verify, cross-check, find the glitch. I set the container down. I turned off the TV just to reduce noise, as if the sound might distract me from reading. The refrigerator hummed. The neighbor's dryer thumped once, then paused like it was listening too. The HVAC was still running, pushing warm air through the hallway vent upstairs. I scrolled again. I went back and forth through the log like maybe my eyes had misread the line. But the entry stayed there, steady and calm. Manual temp change. 2:41 a.m. I knew exactly where I had been at 2:41 a.m. 2 nights ago. Not in a vague, I was probably at work way, in a specific way. A memory tied to small physical sensations. At 2:41 a.m., I had been in the parking lot behind the logistics building, standing near my car with my hoodie pulled tight against the wind. I remembered because I had stepped outside to take a call from a dispatcher without the break room noise in my ear. I remembered the way the wind cut between the buildings and made my eyes water. I remembered the smell of diesel from the dock doors and the faint metallic bite of cold air. I remembered holding the phone with my glove half off so I could tap on the screen. It had been one of those stupid problems that only exist at night. A password reset for an account that should have been deactivated months ago. A scanner that refused to sync because someone had changed a setting they did not understand. The dispatcher had sounded impatient, but also tired, her voice too loud in my ear. I had told her to wait while I checked the directory, and I knew I had checked Slack right afterward, because I had sent a message to my supervisor about the ticket being resolved. I did not even have to guess. I opened Slack. I searched the conversation. My hands moved fast now, not shaking, just focused. I found the message. There it was, my own words, time-stamped in the app like a receipt. 2:43 a.m. Reset done. Scanner should sync now. Have them relog. I stared at the timestamp like it was an anchor thrown into deep water. 2 minutes after the manual change. 2 minutes. It was not even close. It was not, I might have been home earlier and forgot. It was not, maybe I misremember. 2 minutes is the kind of margin you cannot stretch with excuses. I went into my call history and found the dispatcher's number. There was a call, the duration, the timestamp. My phone had tracked it like a witness. I felt something strange rise in me then. Not full fear yet, but a cold clarity. The kind you get when you realize you are not dealing with anxiety. You are dealing with math. Manual temp change, 2:41 a.m. At that exact moment, I was outside in the parking lot behind the warehouse, with the wind slicing through my hoodie and my breath turning white in front of me. So how could the thermostat have been changed manually? For a few seconds, my mind tried to bargain with the word. Manual could mean something else, right? It could mean the system interpreted a schedule wrong. It could mean the app labeled something incorrectly. It could mean I had adjusted it earlier and it logged it later. There were always little delays in systems. There were always bugs. I looked closer. The entry was clean, precise, no ambiguity, manual. I felt my stomach drop as the meaning settled into place in slow motion, like a heavy object sinking through water. Manual meant fingers. Manual meant someone standing in the upstairs hallway, in the dark, close enough to see the pale glow of the screen, close enough to press the buttons and hear that hollow plastic click, close enough to turn the house down to 64 degrees and set it to hold, as if the temperature of my home belonged to them. My mouth opened slightly without sound. I realized I had stopped breathing again. I heard the refrigerator relay click off in the kitchen. A beat later, the HVAC shut down mid-cycle upstairs. It was not planned. It was probably just timing. But the effect was immediate and brutal, like the house had been waiting for the exact moment I understood the word manual. The entire soundscape dropped out. No fridge hum. No rush of air through the vents. No neighbor dryer thump through the shared wall. Just a blank space where it should have been. Even the distant freeway hiss felt far away, like someone had shut a door between me and the outside world. The silence lasted maybe a second, maybe less. It was just long enough to make my skin tighten across my arms. In that one clean mechanical hush, I heard something else. Not a voice, not footsteps, something smaller. A faint plastic creak from upstairs, like the hallway vent cover flexing as it cooled, or like the thermostat casing settling after being touched, or like a closet door shifting slightly in its frame. It could have been nothing. But in that second, with the app open on my phone, with the words manual temp change burning into my eyes, the sound did not feel like nothing. It felt like the house reacting to the fact that I finally knew. Then the refrigerator started up again with a deeper hum. The HVAC clicked back on. The neighbor's dryer thumped once, resuming its steady rhythm like a heartbeat returning to a body. Normal noise poured back into the room, but the space inside me stayed cold. I set the phone down on the counter as if it was hot. My hands hovered above it for a moment, unsure what to do next. The kitchen light above the stove buzzed faintly. My own breathing sounded too loud in my ears. I looked at the staircase leading up to the hallway, and for the first time since moving in, the upstairs did not feel like part of my home. It felt like a place someone else had stood. I did not go up right away. I did not call out. I did not grab a weapon. I just stood there in the kitchen with cold rice in my stomach, listening to the house return to its schedule as if it had not just confessed something impossible. And that was the moment when the story stopped being about a weird thermostat glitch and started being about me, alone, in a townhouse that suddenly felt like it had another set of hands living inside it. Chapter 2, 5,900 words. The tape test, 2.1, 2,000 words. Denial as a habit. I did not call anyone after I saw the log entry. I did not drive to a friend's house. I did not sleep with the lights on. I did not do any of the things you would expect a person to do if they truly believed what the word manual implied. What I did instead was open Google and type words that made me feel less insane. I searched for thermostat manual change log wrong. I searched for smart thermostat history inaccurate. I searched for the model number and the app name and added words like bug and glitch and sync delay and firmware update. I scrolled through forums with blue and white layouts that looked like they were built in 2009 and never touched again. I read threads where people complained about temperature readings being off by 3 degrees. I read posts from homeowners arguing about whether the hold function was a design flaw or user error. I clicked through comment sections that were half helpful and half people yelling at each other about nothing. The more I read, the worse I felt. Not because I found evidence that the app was wrong, though I did find plenty of people complaining about weird things, but because I recognized what I was doing. I was not troubleshooting a device. I was trying to barter with reality. I was trying to buy my way back into the version of my life where the problem could be fixed by restarting something. I kept thinking about that line in the log, the way it sat there like it had always belonged there, the exactness of it. 2:41 a.m., the precise temperature, the word manual. I hated myself for caring this much. I hated the heat rising in my face every time I caught myself staring at the staircase like it might explain something. I hated the way my mind kept replaying that 1-second mechanical hush in the kitchen, that small, clean moment when the fridge and HVAC had both shut off, as if the house itself had paused to hear my reaction. I told myself I was turning into one of those people, the ones I used to mock, so I did what denial does best. I made small changes that looked like normal behavior. I started living in half measures. The first half measure was the front door. I would lock it, then touch the deadbolt again. Not to test it exactly, but to reassure my hand that it had performed the correct action. Then I would walk away and come back and test it once more, lightly, as if I was pretending to be casual about it. The second time was always quieter, more embarrassed, like I did not want the house to notice I was checking. At night, when I got home from work, I stopped turning the TV on immediately. I would stand in the living room with my coat still on, listening. The refrigerator compressor ran. The air handler kicked. Somewhere through the shared wall, the neighbor's dryer thumped, or a cabinet door shut. I would wait for the rhythms to settle into place like an orchestra tuning, and only then would I move again. It was ridiculous. It was also the only way I could convince myself that the house was still mine. I started turning off the TV on purpose, mid-show, just to see how the silence felt. The click of the remote sounded too sharp in the empty room. Then I would sit there and listen to the hum of the house like it was a lie detector. Sometimes, in those moments, a single drip from the kitchen sink would suddenly feel too loud. Not because it was loud, but because the silence made it feel close. The drip would land somewhere in the drain with a tiny metallic ping, and my whole body would register it as a signal. I would stare at the faucet like it had betrayed me. The other half measure was my phone. I started checking the thermostat app more often. Not like a person adjusting temperature, like a person checking a pulse. I would open it in the kitchen at 2:10 a.m. and scroll the history. I would open it in the bathroom after a shower and scroll again. The app's little refresh animation, a spinning circle that meant nothing, became a sound in my head. I would hear it even when the phone was silent. The idea of it. The way the screen lit my hands and made my knuckles look gray. I kept telling myself I was being practical, data-driven, rational. But the truth is, I was acting like someone who suspected he was not alone. The humiliating part was how quickly my mind started turning normal life into a list of suspicious details. On one of those nights, I came home and noticed my porch light was off. It was a small thing, the kind of thing you can explain instantly. The light was on a timer. Sometimes it did weird stuff after a power flicker. Sometimes the switch got bumped. Sometimes, if you were half asleep leaving for work, you might hit it without noticing. I stood at the end of my driveway and stared at the dark porch like it was a face that refused to look at me. The streetlights still cast that sodium orange glow over the sidewalk. My neighbor's porch light down the row was on, steady and bright, making my darkness feel deliberate. I walked up, unlocked the door, and the air inside felt warm and normal. No signs of anything. I flipped the porch light switch and watched it glow like it always did. The worst part was not the light being off. The worst part was the tiny pause in my chest when I realized I could not prove I had not turned it off myself. That thought followed me upstairs. The next night, I noticed my microwave clock had been reset. It blinked "Uazero," like the house had briefly lost time. That is what microwaves do when the power flickers. It should have meant nothing. It was the kind of harmless annoyance you fix without thinking. I stood in the kitchen, staring at those zeros, and my brain immediately started building a story around them. If the power had flickered, would my cameras show it? Would the thermostat have logged something? Would I have noticed? Would my phone have stopped charging? I felt stupid for even thinking that way. I set the clock and forced myself to laugh out loud, a little too loudly, as if my laughter could pressure the fear back into a corner. Then, in the pantry, I noticed a box of cereal was misaligned. Not knocked over, not obviously disturbed, just turned slightly, like it had been pulled forward and then pushed back without care. The kind of mistake you make when you are reaching past something in the dark. The kind of thing you would never notice unless you already felt like you were being tested. I stood there with my hand on the pantry door, staring at that box like it was evidence. It was humiliating how fast my mind went to, someone was here. I shoved the box back into perfect alignment. I made everything in the pantry neat in a way I never bothered to before. I lined cans up. I squared the edges. I created order like order was a lock. That night, I left the bathroom fan on by mistake. At least I thought I left it on by mistake. I had a habit of running it because my bathroom ceiling vent was weak and the mirror fogged easily. The fan made a low, constant whine that blended into the house, a steady sound that could run for hours without you noticing. When I woke up later and heard it still going, I felt that same cold pinch of uncertainty. Had I forgotten to turn it off? Or had someone turned it on? That is how denial works when it starts to crack. It makes you doubt your own habits, and once you doubt your own habits, everything becomes possible. Not because there is proof, but because your brain stops trusting the boundary between what you did and what happened around you. I did not tell anyone any of this. Not my coworkers, not my mom, not a friend. I had conversations in my head where I tried to explain it, and I could hear how it sounded. My thermostat app says someone changed the temperature while I was at work. The sentence felt pathetic, like something a person says right before someone suggests therapy. I imagined the polite smile, the careful nod, the way people look at you when they decide you are spiraling. So I kept it to myself and tried to solve it privately, like a technical problem. I checked the Ring camera history obsessively. I expanded the timeline. I watched clips of raccoons, cars, wind-blown trash, a delivery guy struggling with a package. Nothing. No unfamiliar person, no obvious entry, no footsteps on my porch at 2:41 a.m. The absence of evidence should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like being laughed at, because the thermostat log had existed anyway. I started checking my doors in a new order, like changing the order would somehow break whatever pattern was forming. Front door, garage door, backslider, the small kitchen window, bedroom window. I checked the latch on the attic access panel, even though I almost never used it and could not even remember the last time I opened it. Somewhere in the middle of these checks, I realized I was doing something I had always sworn I would never do. I was moving through my own home as if it might contain a stranger. That is when my neighbor's TV started messing with me. At least, that is what it felt like. Their TV was usually a muffled presence through the shared wall, low dialogue, occasional laughter, the thump of bass during commercials, a normal sign of another human life, the kind of sound that makes a townhouse feel less lonely. But now sometimes, it would go quiet at moments that felt wrong. I would be sitting in the dark with my phone open to the thermostat app, the screen's glow reflecting off the kitchen counter, and I would hear the neighbor's TV, until suddenly it was muted. Not turned off, just muted, like someone had pressed a button. The quiet that followed would be too clean, too deliberate. And in that quiet, my brain would start searching for other sounds the way a person searches a room for a hidden camera. I would listen for footsteps, for tapping, for the subtle flecks of plastic upstairs, for the tiny clicks in the wall that might mean someone was moving near the thermostat. Most times, I heard nothing, which should have been a relief. But the absence of sound in the wrong moment became its own kind of sound. It made me think of the tapping from that earlier night, how it had stopped when I held my breath, how it had returned when I exhaled. That detail stayed in me like a splinter. I tried to tell myself it was coincidence, that nothing intelligent had been reacting to me. But the pattern was too neat to forget. It had a cruelty to it, like a joke that only the other person understands. I started holding my breath more often than I realized. Not like a dramatic gesture, just a small, unconscious pause when the house got too quiet. A habit I did not mean to develop. My body doing what bodies do when they sense something nearby. At some point during that week, I began sleeping lighter. I would wake up at random hours, not jolting awake, but drifting up out of sleep the way you drift up out of deep water. I would lie still and listen to the house's schedule. Sometimes everything would be humming and breathing and ticking, perfectly normal. Other times I would catch the tail end of a silence gap, that 1-second mechanical hush where the fridge and HVAC happened to be off at the same time, leaving the air too clear. Those were the moments when my eyes would open in the dark without me deciding to open them. The rational part of me tried to keep control. It assembled explanations like building blocks, power flicker, loose outlet, timer glitch, vent cover flexing, neighbor TV turned down, sleep deprivation. The paranoid part of me did something quieter and more dangerous. It watched my own behavior and adjusted. It made me stop leaving dishes in the sink overnight because I wanted the kitchen to look undisturbed in the morning. It made me start placing things in specific positions, keys in the bowl, shoes in the same spot, cereal boxes squared, so I could detect if anything moved. It turned my home into a low-stakes crime scene where I was both the detective and the suspect. That was the spike. That was the paranoia rising in me like a fever. And then morning would come, and the daylight would ruin it. Sunlight has a way of humiliating fear. It makes your house look like a house again. It paints the kitchen countertops in harmless color. It reveals dust on the blinds and crumbs on the floor. It makes the thermostat screen look like cheap plastic instead of a watchful eye. It makes last night's silence feel like something you invented because you were awake too long. I would stand in the kitchen with a cup of coffee, the steam rising, and feel the shame settle in. I would tell myself I was overreacting. I would promise myself I would stop checking the app. I would stop listening in the dark. I would stop treating my own home like it was waiting to hurt me. I would even feel a kind of relief, like I had survived my own thoughts. And for a few hours, sometimes most of the day, I would believe it. Then night would come again. The fluorescent lights at work would flatten everything into tired gray. The break room would smell like burnt coffee and warm toner. The wind would bite in the parking lot. I would drive home on empty roads under orange streetlights. And the moment I stepped inside, the house would begin breathing on its schedule again. Fridge humming, HVAC rushing, neighbor sounds through the wall. So normal, so convincing, that I almost forgot why I had been scared. Almost. Because denial is not an on-off switch. It is a habit. And once it starts, you can do it for days, even while you are building little quiet defenses with your hands. Even while you are listening for a sound you are pretending you do not believe in. 2.2 1,350 words. The experiment. I did not decide to set a trap, the way people in movies decide to set a trap. There was no moment where I stared into a mirror and made a plan. It happened in a quieter, more humiliating way. It happened because I ran out of explanations that felt good, and my brain demanded something it could hold in its hands. A piece of proof. A mark. A difference between my paranoia and my reality. It happened because I needed to know whether I was losing my mind. That afternoon, if you can call it afternoon when you work nights, I stood upstairs in my hallway with the thermostat screen glowing softly, and I looked at the closet door near my bedroom like it had become a question. It was an ordinary door. White paint, slight scuffs near the bottom from vacuum cleaners and shoes. A cheap knob that always felt a little loose, as if the whole thing had been installed in a hurry. When the HVAC ran, the door sometimes made a tiny sympathetic rattle in its frame, the way light interior doors do when pressure shifts through the vents. It had never bothered me before. It was not even a place I went. It was where I stuffed old boxes and winter boots in the summer, where I threw a spare blanket and forgot about it. Now it felt like a focal point, and I hated that. I opened the door and looked inside. The closet smelled like stale fabric and cardboard. It was not a clean smell, but it was familiar, like the back of a moving truck. Like every storage space people pretend does not exist. I saw the stack of boxes, old Amazon boxes I never broke down, a plastic bin with random cables, a pair of boots on the floor. Nothing was obviously wrong. Nothing was out of place in a way that screamed intrusion. That almost made it worse. If there had been a clear sign, footprints, a moved object, a missing item, it would have given my fear a shape. It would have turned it into a problem you could solve. Instead, I had a log entry on a phone screen and a house that breathed on schedule, as if it had nothing to confess. I closed the closet door again and stared at it, trying to decide what I was actually afraid of. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I told myself the closet was a closet. I told myself I was not going to turn into a person who booby-trapped his own house like a paranoid cartoon character. Then I went downstairs and got the tape. It was clear packing tape, the kind you keep in a junk drawer for moving boxes and shipping returns. The roll made that soft, gritty sound when you pulled it, adhesive catching and releasing in tiny pops. I carried it upstairs like contraband. My hands felt clumsy. My heart was not racing, but it was steady and heavy, like it had decided to stay on alert just in case. I crouched by the closet door and studied the seam. The trick had to be simple. It had to be something I could not accidentally mess up myself. Something that would show a physical change if the door moved. I was not a detective. I was an IT guy. I fixed problems with logs and timestamps and resets. I did not want to build a Rube Goldberg machine out of paranoia. So I did the simplest thing. I tore off a short strip of tape and placed it over the edge where the closet door met the frame, low enough that you would not notice it unless you were looking, but positioned so that opening the door would wrinkle it or peel it. I pressed the tape down carefully, smoothing it with my thumb until it adhered cleanly. The tape gleamed faintly in the hallway light, a thin, glossy line against white paint. Then, because I was already doing something stupid, I did something even stupider. I put a single hair across the tape. It was my own hair. I plucked it from my hoodie sleeve, held it between my fingertips, and laid it carefully so it crossed the tape at a slight angle. The idea was pathetic. It was the kind of thing you see in cheap crime shows where the detective uses a strand of hair like a high-tech sensor. In reality, a hair is nothing. It is weightless. It can fall for 1,000 reasons. It can move with air. It can get stuck to your fingertip and vanish without you noticing. I knew all of that. I placed it anyway, because I needed something real. I needed a test that existed outside my head, outside my mood, outside the slippery world of feelings and late-night silence gaps. I needed to wake up and look at something and know, without debate, that it had changed. When I finished, I stood up and stared at my work. A strip of clear tape, a single hair. I felt like an idiot. I actually whispered, "This is insane," to the empty hallway, like saying it out loud might undo what I had done. The thermostat's screen glow sat a few feet away, pale and steady. The HVAC pushed warm air through the vent cover, making it creak softly. The house did not react. I went into my bedroom, changed clothes, and tried to act normal as I got ready for work. But normal had already shifted. The tape was in my peripheral vision like a secret. Every time I walked down the hall, I glanced at it, even when I told myself not to. I felt my face grow hot with embarrassment. If someone could see me, I would look like a person setting a trap for a ghost. Before I left, I checked it one last time. The tape was smooth, the hair was there, everything looked perfect, harmless, ridiculous. Then I went downstairs, grabbed my keys from the ceramic bowl, and stepped out into the night. The air outside was sharp with cold. The driveway felt slick under my shoes. The porch light was on, casting that warm cone of yellow that made the darkness beyond it look deeper. I locked the door and stood there for a moment with my hand on the knob, listening to the house through the door as if I could hear whether it would betray me once I left. Of course, I heard nothing. Houses do not make confessions when you stand outside them. I got into my car and drove to work on streets that looked clean and empty under the streetlights. The highway signs flashed by. The radio played low. I kept telling myself, "You are fine. You are going to work. This is a normal Tuesday night. You set a dumb piece of tape because you were spiraling. You will come home and laugh at yourself." At the logistics building, the fluorescent lights swallowed the night. The parking lot was noisy with wind. The building itself had that constant hum of machinery. Vents, computers, the far-off grind of conveyor belts. Inside, the air smelled like cardboard and diesel, and that faint, unexplainable sweetness of industrial cleaning products. The shift started normally. Tickets came in, password resets, scanner issues, a printer jam that someone swore was the system hacking them. Dispatchers talked over each other on the radio. The warehouse intercom squawked occasionally with announcements that sounded like they were coming from the ceiling itself. Forklifts beeped in their steady backup cadence, a sound so constant that your brain stops noticing it after a while. I tried to focus, but my mind kept drifting back to the tape. It was absurd how much space that small strip of plastic occupied in my thoughts. I would be in the middle of explaining to someone why their device was not syncing, and my mind would flash an image of the closet door and the hair, bright and fragile against the tape. I kept picturing it being moved, wrinkled, missing. I kept picturing myself coming home and seeing it changed, and then having to decide what that meant. Every time I realized I was thinking about it, I tried to laugh at myself again. I would tell myself, "You are a grown man. You are literally at work. You are not in a horror movie." I would think about the posts I had read online, the angry comment threads, the people blaming everything on glitches. I would try to turn it into a technical problem, a mislabeling, a delay, a firmware bug. The shame was almost worse than the fear. Fear at least has an excuse. Shame is what you feel when you think you are making it up. Around midnight, I went to the break room to heat up something that barely qualified as food. The microwave hummed loudly. The fluorescent lights made my skin look tired. The vending machine rattled when it dropped a soda for someone else. The room smelled like burnt coffee and warm plastic. I sat at one of the cheap tables and scrolled my phone without meaning to. I opened the thermostat app again. Not because I needed to adjust anything, because I needed to see it. I needed to know the house was still sitting at 70 degrees, still breathing, still normal. It was like checking a baby monitor, except the baby was my sense of control. Everything looked fine. I stared at the history tab and did not scroll, like scrolling would invite more entries. Then my phone buzzed. A notification banner slid across the top of the screen. Temperature reached. That was all it said. The most ordinary automated message in the world, the kind the app sent all the time. It should have meant nothing. It should have been reassuring, proof the HVAC was working, proof the system was maintaining the temperature I set. Instead, my stomach dropped, like I had been threatened. For half a second, my brain read it as if someone had typed it by hand, as if someone was sending it to me on purpose, as if the phrase "temperature reached" meant I am there. My heart thumped once, hard enough that I felt it in my throat. The break room around me continued as normal. Someone laughed at a joke. The intercom squawked in the distance. A forklift beeped beyond the wall. The microwave clicked off. I stared at the notification until it disappeared. Then, like an idiot, I checked the app history again. I was looking for another line, another manual entry, another 241, anything. There was nothing new, just normal system events. Heat cycle started. Heat cycle ended. Temperature reached. My hands felt cold. I realized I had been holding my breath again. That was the micro jump scare of it. The way an ordinary notification could become a weapon inside my head. The way my fear had started to hijack normal language, normal messages, normal sounds. I put my phone face down on the table, as if that could stop it from controlling me. But I could not stop thinking about the closet. The rest of the shift dragged, Not because the work was hard, but because my mind was elsewhere. I kept checking the time without meaning to. 1:12, 1:48, 2:05. The numbers felt like they were moving too slowly and too fast at the same time. By the time 2 a.m. rolled around, the building seemed to thin out. Some dispatchers got quieter. The warehouse noises softened. The break room felt emptier. The intercom squawked less often. The fluorescent lights still buzzed overhead, but the energy of the place dropped, as if everyone had reached that part of the night where their bodies were running on something older than focus. I stepped outside to the parking lot around 2:30 a.m. just to clear my head. The cold air hit me immediately, clean and sharp. The wind cut across the open asphalt and pushed at my clothes. Far away, the highway hiss was faint. The logistics building behind me hummed and breathed, a big industrial animal. Out there, away from the intercom and the forklifts and the radios, the quiet felt oppressive. Not peaceful, just empty enough to make your mind loud. I stood by my car and looked at the dark sky, trying to convince myself that what I was doing was sane. Trying to convince myself that a strip of tape was not going to become the central drama of my life. Then I thought about 2:41 a.m. The number slid into my mind like a splinter, because no matter what I told myself, that time was still there. That log entry was still there. And my trap, my stupid little hair and tape, was sitting in a dark hallway at home, waiting to either confirm my fear or humiliate me. I went back inside and finished my shift on autopilot. When it was finally time to leave, I walked to my car with my keys in my hand and a tight feeling in my chest that I kept refusing to name. The parking lot wind shoved at my hoodie. My breath came out white. The drive home felt longer than usual. Every streetlight I passed seemed to make a brief tunnel of safety and then drop me back into darkness. My headlights cut through the cold air. The neighborhood roads were empty. The houses were dark. Even the few porch lights that were on looked distant, like they belonged to a different life. By the time I pulled into my driveway, it was close to 2 a.m. again. I turned off the engine and sat there in the quiet of my car. The heater ticked as it cooled. The dashboard clock glowed. I could hear nothing from inside the townhouse. No TV, no movement, just the heavy stillness of a building that looked perfectly asleep. I told myself one more time that this was stupid. Then I got out, walked up to my front door, and realized my hand was shaking slightly as I reached for my keys. Because whatever I was about to find, tape wrinkled or tape perfect, the experiment was no longer a joke. It was the closest thing I had to truth. 2.3, 1950 words. The trap did not spring, something else did. I pulled into my driveway at 1:57 a.m. and sat in the car for a moment longer than I needed to, with my hands resting on the steering wheel like I was waiting for someone to tell me what to do. The engine ticked softly as it cooled. The heater fan wound down. Outside, the streetlight cast that sodium orange glow across the hood of my car, turning the world into something flat and old-looking. The townhouse in front of me was dark except for the faint rectangle of my kitchen window. The blinds were closed. Nothing moved behind them. From the outside, it looked like a normal house asleep, but I could not shake the sense that it was listening. I got out and the cold slapped my face clean. The air smelled like winter pavement and leftover salt. I walked up the driveway, keys already in my hand, and the sound of my steps felt too loud, like the neighborhood itself was quiet enough to judge me for existing. The garage door was still down. That was expected. But as I stepped inside the garage through the side door, The stillness hit me in a way that made my stomach tighten. Garages have their own sound, even a quiet one. A soft hum from the opener, the faint settling of the door, sometimes the little plastic creaks of things cooling. My garage felt like a sealed container. No hum, no faint vibration. Just a heavy, dry silence that made my ears feel overexposed. I told myself it was nothing. It was late. Everything was asleep. I was tired. I unlocked the interior door from the garage into the house and stepped into the kitchen. The first thing I noticed was the temperature. Not in a dramatic way. Just a subtle warmth in the air that did not match what I expected at 2 a.m. in February. The heater was set to keep the house comfortable, sure, but this felt like recent warmth, like an oven that had been on a little while ago and then turned off, like someone had moved through the room and left heat behind them. The second thing I noticed was the smell. It was faint. It did not punch me in the face. That was what made it worse. It was not a strong cologne or cigarette smoke, something obvious you could cling to. It was just warm air and something like fabric, a hint of laundry detergent and old cardboard. The kind of smell you get when you open a closet that has been closed too long, except it was hanging in the kitchen, as if it had drifted down the stairs. I stood there with my keys still in my hand, listening. The refrigerator hummed, but it sounded slightly deeper than usual, like it was working harder. The HVAC was off at the moment. The kitchen felt too quiet without it. Somewhere, very faintly, I could hear the freeway hiss, but it sounded far away, like it was coming from the other side of thick glass. Through the shared wall, I did not hear my neighbor's TV. That was not unusual. People sleep. But in my head, the absence of that sound was like a missing tooth. It made the quiet feel deliberate. I set my keys in the ceramic bowl by the kitchen island. The clink sounded sharp and lonely. My eyes went immediately to the staircase. I did not want to go up there. That is the truth. It felt childish and embarrassing to be afraid of my own hallway. I did not want to be the person who crept around his own house like it was hostile territory. I stood at the bottom of the stairs and told myself to act normal. So I climbed. Each step was soft on the carpet. The handrail was cold under my palm. Halfway up, I paused without meaning to and listened for any sound that would suggest I was not alone. Nothing. No movement, no tapping, no breath. The upstairs hallway was dark except for the thermostat's pale glow. That little rectangle of light on the wall made the rest of the hall look deeper by contrast, like the shadows had weight. And then I saw the closet door. From the top of the stairs, I could not see the tape directly. The tape was too clear, too thin. But I knew exactly where it was. The knowledge of it pulled my eyes toward the seam like a magnet. I walked slowly to the closet door and crouched, bringing my face close enough that I could smell the paint and dust. The tape looked perfect. No wrinkle, no peel, no tug. It lay smooth across the edge of the door and frame, exactly the way I had pressed it down earlier. The glossy line caught a tiny bit of the thermostat's light and reflected it. For a second, I felt an almost ridiculous rush of relief. See, I told myself, you did not trap anyone. You did not prove anything. You just wasted tape and embarrassed yourself in private. Go to bed. Then I looked for the hair. It was not there. At first, I told myself I was looking at the wrong spot. I leaned closer, squinting into the dark, angling my head to catch the reflection of light on the tape. The hair was thin and light. It could be invisible unless you hit the angle just right. I moved my head again. I ran my eyes along the tape slowly. Nothing. My stomach dipped. I felt heat rise in my neck. I could hear my own pulse the way you can hear it when you press your finger too hard into your ear. Okay, I thought. Okay. It fell. That was the first explanation. The easiest one. The hair fell. Air moved. Static. Gravity. The hair dropped. It stuck to my pants. It slid down the door. It vanished. That is what hair does. Hair is not evidence. Hair is not reliable. Hair is nothing. But then the next thought came, and it was quieter and colder. If the hair fell, why was the tape still so perfect? If the door had opened even a crack, the tape should have wrinkled. It should have lifted slightly. I pressed my thumb gently against it, feeling the smoothness. It did not budge. It was firmly stuck, exactly as I left it. The trap had not sprung, but something had happened. I stared at the tape for a long time, too long, waiting for my brain to settle on an explanation it could live with. I even ran my fingertip lightly along the edge of the tape, as if I could detect the ghost of the hair by touch. Nothing. My fingertip made a soft squeak against the adhesive surface. I stood up slowly and backed away from the closet door. The hallway around me felt wrong, not like something was moving in it, but like it was too still to be honest. The thermostat glowed. The vent cover near it looked slightly bowed. Everything was normal in appearance, and yet the absence of that hair made it feel like the house had edited itself. I tried to remember exactly how I placed the hair. I tried to remember if my fingers were sweaty, if static could have made it cling to my thumb and never actually stick. I tried to imagine a scenario where I had simply made a mistake. The problem was, I remembered the placement too clearly. I remembered the ridiculous care I took. I remembered feeling stupid as I leaned close and laid it across the tape like a cheap detective. That memory was sharp because it embarrassed me. And now the hair was gone. I did not go back downstairs. I did not check doors again. I did not open the Ring timeline. I did not do anything normal. I opened the closet. The door swung inward with the same hollow core sound it always made, a faint rattle in the frame. The closet interior was darker than the hallway, packed with shadows around the boxes. The smell hit me again. Stale fabric, cardboard, dust. I turned on the closet light. The weak bulb flickered once before steadying, casting a yellowish glow over my junk. Nothing looked disturbed. The boxes were stacked the way I left them. The boots were on the floor. The spare blanket was folded on top of a bin. I stared at it all like I was trying to catch it lying. And then my eyes went to the back wall. I do not know why I noticed it then. Maybe it had always been there, and I had simply never looked. Maybe fear teaches your eyes to pick out a symmetry. Whatever it was, I saw it immediately. A faint seam in the back paneling, a thin line where two surfaces met. It was not a dramatic gap, just a subtle misalignment. The panel on one side sat a fraction of an inch lower than the one beside it, enough to create a shadowed line. The kind of detail you would never notice unless you were standing in the closet with a bad feeling in your body. I stepped closer. The line ran vertically, disappearing behind a box. I moved the box aside, slowly, trying not to make noise, as if noise could trigger something. The cardboard scraped against the closet floor with a soft rasp that sounded too loud in the small space. The seam was clearer now, a thin, uneven edge, a place where the panel did not sit flush. I raised my hand and touched it with the pad of my finger. The surface was cool, dusty, solid. I pressed gently. At first, nothing happened. Then, under a slightly firmer pressure, the panel gave a tiny amount, not swinging open, not shifting dramatically, just yielding, the way cheap wall material yields when it is not properly secured. A slow, cold feeling spread across my arms. I pulled my hand back as if the wall were hot. I stood there, staring at that seam, trying to force my mind into a rational path. Old construction, poor workmanship, settling. Panels shift. Houses breathe. The seam exists. It means nothing. It is not connected to anything. It is not a door. It is just a seam. Then I heard it. It was so small that if the refrigerator downstairs had been running louder, or if the HVAC had kicked on, I might have missed it. It was not even a movement, not the scrape of wood, not a step. It was a quiet exhale, a controlled release of air, like someone who has been holding their breath too long and cannot hold it anymore. Soft, careful, restrained, the sound of a person trying not to be heard. It came from behind the panel. My entire body went rigid. My skin tightened. My mouth went dry. I could not blink. For a heartbeat, I stood there in the closet light, with my hand hovering inches from the seam, and I listened, not for proof of my fear, but for confirmation that I was not imagining the sound. The house did not help me. The fridge downstairs clicked off. The HVAC, as if on cue, was silent. The hallway behind me seemed to hold its breath, and in that suspended quiet, I could hear the absence of my neighbor through the shared wall, as if even their life had paused. Then, nothing. No second exhale, no shifting, no tapping. Just the seam in the panel, the yellow closet light, and the sudden certainty that I had touched the wrong part of my own house. I did not close the closet door gently after that. I backed out of it like it contained a wild animal. I shut the door hard enough to make the knob rattle. I stood in the hallway with my heart slamming in my chest and my ears straining for any sign of movement. And the worst part was this. The tape on the closet door was still perfect, as if nothing had happened at all. As if the house wanted me to understand that my little experiment had not failed. It had been handled. Chapter 3, 6,050 words. The panel moved 3.1 tuan, 2,100 words. Learning the house's language. After I heard that quiet exhale behind the closet panel, I did not do anything dramatic. I did not run outside screaming. I did not kick the wall open. I did not call the police and demand they come tear my house apart. I did what I always did when something scared me, and I did not know how to explain it. I tried to turn it into information. The next day, I went to work like normal, but my body did not feel normal inside it. I moved through my shift with the same half smile, the same polite tone on the phone, the same tired jokes in the break room. But it all felt like a performance. The fluorescent lights still buzzed. The intercom still squawked. Forklifts still beeped their backward rhythm in the warehouse. People still asked me to reset passwords like it was the most urgent thing in the world. I answered like I always did. I nodded. I typed. I solved problems. And at the same time, in the back of my mind, a thin wire stayed pulled tight. Every time the building went briefly quiet, when the conveyors stopped for a minute, when the radios paused, when the break room emptied, I caught myself listening, as if I expected to hear that controlled breathing again, close and careful and human. It was ridiculous, but my body did not care. It had already learned that something could be there without announcing itself. When I drove home that morning, the sunrise made the world look harmless. The sky was a pale wash over Columbus, the kind of winter morning that feels clean. The roads were busy with people starting their day. Coffee shops were open. Cars were lined up at stoplights. If you looked at my face in that daylight, you would not have seen fear. You would have seen a tired guy in a hoodie heading home after a shift. That is the part that still bothers me when I think about it. How normal everything looked from the outside. Inside my townhouse, the air was warm and still, and the house greeted me with its usual soundtrack like nothing had happened. The refrigerator hummed. The HVAC breathed. The neighbor's life seeped faintly through the shared wall. Some morning news voices, the soft bump of a cabinet door. The routine noises returned so smoothly that for a moment my brain tried to tell me I had imagined the whole thing. Then I looked at the closet door. The clear tape was still there, glossy and perfect, like a small taunt, and that was all it took for the memory to come back, sharp and physical. The seam in the panel, my fingertip pressing it, that tiny give, the exhale from the other side. I did not open the closet again, not right then. I walked past it like it was not there and went into the kitchen, because the kitchen had space and light and normal objects that did not feel like traps. That is when the mapping started. I did not sit down and tell myself, I am going to map my house. It happened as a symptom, like the way you start touching a sore tooth with your tongue without thinking. I began noticing sounds with a kind of hungry attention, the way you listen to a song you have heard 1,000 times because suddenly you suspect there is a hidden message in the chorus. The floorboard near the top of the stairs creaked if you stepped on the left edge, not the right. The step before the landing had a softer give, like the wood beneath it was slightly looser. The hallway vent cover made a plastic flexing sound about 3 minutes after the heat turned off, when the metal cooled and the pressure changed. The refrigerator relay clicked right before the compressor stopped, a tiny dry tick that was so consistent it felt like the last syllable of a sentence. The ice maker crack happened only when the freezer had been quiet for a while, like it waited for an empty stage. My house had always made these sounds. I had just never treated them like information before. Now I did. I started learning the difference between settling and movement, between a random tick in the wall and a deliberate shift of weight. Houses talk all the time, but most of what they say is meaningless background. After that night, I began listening as if the house could tell me when it was being used by someone else. The creepiest part was that the house almost helped. If you live somewhere long enough, you develop an unconscious expectation of how it should sound at certain hours. The refrigerator should run. The HVAC should cycle. The neighbors should thump their dryer at night sometimes. The freeway should hiss in the distance like constant ocean. Your brain becomes attached to these sounds the way it becomes attached to familiar faces. It relaxes because it knows what comes next. So when something deviated, even slightly, my body reacted before my mind could negotiate. That was how I started sleeping lighter. I had always been a heavy sleeper, the kind of person who could fall asleep with the TV on and wake up to it still playing, mouth dry, confused by the light from the screen. The kind of person who could sleep through thunder, through the neighbor slamming a door, through my phone buzzing on the nightstand. After the closet panel, my sleep changed shape. I would drift off, but my mind stayed close to the surface like a diver who refuses to descend all the way. I would wake in the middle of the night for no reason, eyes opening slowly, my body already holding still. I would lie there and listen to the house. Not actively, not like I was searching for a specific sound. More like my body was waiting for the absence of sound. And the absence came. Not every night. Not on a reliable schedule. But often enough that it started to feel like a signature. The 1-second mechanical hush. Sometimes it was exactly that. A single second where the refrigerator stopped and the HVAC happened to be off and even the neighbor's noise seemed to dim. Sometimes it was longer, 2 seconds, almost 3, long enough for my chest to tighten and my brain to picture the hallway without me wanting it to. The hush always felt too clean. I know how ridiculous that sounds. Silence is silence. It should be neutral. But this silence did not feel neutral. It felt like a space being made. It felt like the house clearing its throat. Like something was stepping between the normal sounds and my ears. In those gaps, my skin would prick and my heart would shift into a different rhythm. And I hated myself for it. Because I would wake in the dark with my eyes open, listening for proof of something I did not want to believe, and then nothing would happen, and I would feel ashamed of the fear itself. That shame made me do the next thing. I began staging the house. I did it the way people stage their lives when they are trying to regain control. Small adjustments that look like habits, not paranoia. A chair moved, a door positioned, a light left on, a sound turned off so you can hear something else. The first time I put a chair under the back door handle, I told myself it was just a practical thing. A simple barrier. The back door was a standard suburban door with a knob and a deadbolt. The chair was one of my kitchen chairs. Light wood, the kind that scraped faintly on the tile when you dragged it. I shoved it under the handle so the top rail pressed tight against it. It looked dumb. Like a person in a low-budget movie trying to survive the night. I stood there and stared at it for a moment and felt my face warm with embarrassment, even though no one could see me. The chair did not make me feel safer. It just made me feel like I had admitted something. But I left it there. That night, I turned the TV off earlier than usual. I washed my dishes, I wiped the countertop. I arranged things in the kitchen island area in a way that I could recognize if anything shifted. I placed my keys in the bowl carefully instead of tossing them in. I even adjusted the blinds so the slats angled the same way across the window, because my mind had started turning small symmetry into comfort. It was a kind of ritual, a way of telling myself, I will notice. Then I went upstairs and stood in the hallway near the thermostat without touching it. The screen glow painted a faint rectangle on the wall. The vent cover beside it made a soft ping as it cooled. The closet door sat closed at the end of the hall like any other door. The house felt normal again for a moment, almost kind, like it was letting me pretend. I remember thinking right before bed that I was going to stop, that I was going to break the habit of listening, that tomorrow I would laugh at myself and peel the tape off the closet door and throw it away and never think about it again. I remember feeling a small, desperate hope that the exhale had been my imagination, that my brain had constructed a human sound out of a creaky panel because I had been primed by the word manual. Then I woke up at 2:13 a.m. with my eyes already open. The room was dark. The streetlight glow striped the wall. My phone lay on the nightstand, face down. I did not touch it. I listened. The refrigerator was humming downstairs. The neighbor's TV was faint, muffled. The HVAC was running, pushing warm air through the vents. Then the refrigerator relay clicked. A tiny, dry tick. A moment later, the compressor shut off. The HVAC stopped almost immediately after, as if it had been waiting for the same cue. The house fell into that mechanical hush. In that second, I felt my whole body become still, the way it does when it senses something near it in the dark. I held my breath without deciding to. My ears strained so hard it almost hurt. Nothing moved. No footsteps, no tapping, no voice. Just the absence of sound itself, clean and deliberate. Then, as if the house had decided it had made its point, the neighbor's TV volume rose again through the wall. Or maybe it just became noticeable because my body finally exhaled. Somewhere outside, A car hissed along the distant freeway. A pipe ticked as the heat settled. Normal sound returned. I lay there staring into the dark, and the shame hit me in a slow wave. I was doing it again. I was letting silence control me. I was turning my own home into a place where I waited for an empty second, like it was a threat. I rolled over and tried to force sleep, but sleep would not fully take me. I drifted in and out, waking each time the house changed its rhythm. The refrigerator started again. The HVAC kicked. The vent cover pinged. Each sound felt like a line of dialogue in a conversation I did not want to be having. Sometime before dawn, I got up and checked the chair at the back door. It was still wedged under the handle. The door was still locked. That should have calmed me. It should have felt like proof that I was safe. Instead, it made me feel something colder. Because the chair was not there to stop a break-in from the outside. The chair was there to stop something that might already be inside. Something that might know my schedule better than I did. Something that might have learned how to move through my house without disturbing the sounds I trusted. That morning, when I sat at the kitchen island with my coffee, the house sounded normal again. The refrigerator hummed. The HVAC breathed. The neighbor's dryer thumped softly once, like a heartbeat through drywall. I stared at the staircase and listened to the house speak in its familiar language. And I realized I was no longer living in a home. I was living inside a system I was trying to decode, one sound at a time, because somewhere behind that closet panel was a silence that felt like a person. 3.21975 words. The closet smell. I waited until the house was doing its normal sounds again before I opened the closet. That might sound backwards, like I should have waited for silence so I could hear better. But silence had become a trap. Silence made my nerves scream. Normal noise at least gave me rails to hold on to. It gave my fear something to blend into. So I waited for the refrigerator to be mid-hum, for the HVAC to be running, for the neighbor's muffled TV to exist through the shared wall like proof that other people were alive and ordinary. Then I went upstairs. The hallway felt colder than my bedroom, like the air moved differently there. The thermostat's pale screen glow sat on the wall like a small, steady eye. I passed it without touching it, without looking at the buttons, because the thought of my fingers pressing that plastic again made my stomach tighten. I stopped in front of the closet door and just stood there for a moment. The tape from my earlier experiment was still on the edge of the frame. It had become a landmark now, not proof of anything, just a reminder of how quickly my life had turned into small, humiliating rituals. The tape caught a faint reflection from the thermostat screen. In that dim light, it looked almost wet. I wrapped my fingers around the closet knob carefully, as if the metal could be warm from someone else's hand. It was cool, ordinary. I turned it slowly, trying to control the sound of the latch. The door opened with that hollow core shiver, a cheap interior door vibrating in its frame. The hinges made a faint, whispering squeak that I had never noticed before. Inside, the closet was dark. The light switch was just inside the door, but I did not flip it right away, because the smell hit me before I touched anything. It was not the normal smell of stored clothes. I expected fabric, detergent. Maybe that faint, stale sweetness old blankets develop when they sit too long in a bin. I expected cardboard and dust. All of that was there, but something else sat underneath it like a hidden layer. Warm plastic. The closest comparison I can give is the smell you get when you open the hatch to an attic in winter and feel that stale, trapped air roll down. Dust, insulation, and the faint chemical warmth of wiring and old building materials. Or when you pull a space heater out of a closet and it has that scent of warmed casing even though it has not been on. It did not smell like a person. It did not smell like sweat or cologne. It smelled like a space that had been heated by something that should not be heating it. I swallowed and stepped inside. The carpet under my feet was softer in the closet, more padded from never being walked on. I reached for the light switch and flipped it. The bulb above flickered once, then steadied. Yellow light filled the small space, throwing hard shadows behind the boxes and bins. Everything looked the same as it always had. My junk stacked in a way that had no real order. A plastic tote with old cables and a tangle of cords. A couple of Amazon boxes, slightly crushed at the corners. Boots. A folded blanket. Nothing that screamed intrusion. I stared anyway, hunting for the smallest change. My eyes kept drifting to the back wall. The seam was there, still faint, still slightly off. The vertical line where two panels met, a fraction of an inch misaligned so it caught shadow. I had never noticed it in years of living there. Now it was the only thing in the closet that felt real. I moved the nearest box aside again, slower this time, as if I was afraid the scrape of cardboard might provoke something. The box dragged softly against the carpet, making a sound like fabric being pulled. The seam became clearer. I stood close enough that my breath fogged slightly against the cooler air near the wall. I raised my hand and placed the pad of my index finger against the seam. The panel felt cool and dusty. The texture was slightly rough, like painted particle board. I pressed lightly. It did not move at first. A part of me wanted it not to move. A part of me wanted to prove that the give I felt the other night had been imagination. A bad angle, a trick of exhausted nerves. I wanted it to be solid. I pressed again, slightly harder, careful and controlled. The panel shifted. Not a swing, not a door opening. Just a small yielding, a subtle inward flex like a lid that is not fully secured. The movement was tiny, but it was unmistakable. It was a physical response to my touch. My heart punched hard enough that my vision narrowed. I jerked my hand back like the panel had bitten me. For a second I stood there with my hand hovering in the air, fingers curled, as if my body had decided the wall was hot. The closet suddenly felt too small. The yellow light felt harsh. The smell of warm plastic seemed stronger now that my brain had labeled it. I listened. At first all I heard was myself. My breathing sounded huge in my ears, like someone else was breathing in the closet with me. My pulse was loud enough that it felt like a drumbeat behind my ribs. The HVAC was running downstairs, pushing air through the vents, a low, steady rush that sounded comforting and wrong at the same time. I forced my breath slower, quieter, trying not to make sound, trying to be still enough to detect movement behind the panel. Nothing happened. No scrape, no shifting weight, no voice, no tapping. The closet was just a closet, lit by a cheap bulb filled with boxes. I almost laughed. The urge came up sharp, like a cough. Then, without warning, the HVAC cut off. It was the exact wrong moment for it to happen. The rushing air stopped so suddenly, it felt like the house had been unplugged. The quiet that followed was not complete. There was still the faint, distant freeway hiss, still the refrigerator running downstairs. But the upstairs hallway went too still, too exposed. The silence crawled into the closet like cold air. My breath sounded even louder in my ears. In that quiet, I heard something from behind the panel. 3 taps, not loud, not aggressive. So soft I could have mistaken them for the plastic settling, except they were paced too evenly. Tap, tap, tap. Deliberate. Controlled. Close enough that it felt like the sound was inside the wall, not traveling through it. For half a second, my mind tried to reject it. It reached for physics the way a drowning person reaches for a rope. It could be the vent cover. It could be a pipe. It could be my own imagination turning the HVAC shutoff into a cue. But the taps had the texture of fingertips. Not knuckles, not a fist. Fingertips. The lightest touch possible to still be audible. A test. The same kind of tapping I had heard upstairs before. The one that stopped when I held my breath and returned when I exhaled. Only this time it was on the other side of the panel, as if answering me. My throat locked. I realized I had frozen completely. I did not blink. I did not move. The closet light hummed faintly overhead. The smell of warm plastic and dust sat in my nose. I wanted to step backward. I wanted to slam the closet door. I wanted to run downstairs and out of the house in my socks like I had done before. I wanted to do anything that would break the moment, but my body did not obey. It did that thing it does when it cannot decide whether you are in danger or just embarrassed. It held you still. I listened with every nerve. No more taps. Just that awful quiet after the HVAC shut off. The air too clear, too empty. The refrigerator downstairs clicked as it shifted cycles. A pipe ticked somewhere in the walls as heat settled. Through the shared wall, I could not hear my neighbor at all, as if even their ordinary life had dropped out for a second. I took a shallow breath and felt it scrape my throat dry. The sound of it felt like an announcement. Nothing reacted. I waited another few seconds, long enough that my legs started to ache from holding still. Then the HVAC kicked back on downstairs with a click and a rush of air, and the normal house sound flooded back in like a cover being pulled over something ugly. The sudden return of the airflow made the closet feel less exposed, but it did not make me feel safer. It only made me aware of how easily the house could hide things inside its normal rhythm. I backed away from the seam slowly, careful not to bump the boxes. My heel nudged the edge of a plastic bin, and it made a small squeak against the carpet. That tiny sound startled me so hard my shoulders jumped. I reached for the closet door and pulled it shut gently, trying to keep the latch from clicking too loud. The door closed with a soft thud. The tape on the edge caught the light again, glossy and innocent. I stood in the hallway with my hand still on the knob, feeling my heart slam against my ribs like it wanted out. My mind ran through options faster than I could control. Call the police. Break the panel open. Leave the house and never come back. Tell myself it was settling. Tell myself it was nothing. Tell myself I was tired. But one thought sat heavier than the rest, cold and simple. Whatever was behind that panel had heard me, and it had responded. I walked downstairs and sat at the kitchen island without turning the TV on. I did not eat. I did not check my phone. I listened to the refrigerator hum and the HVAC breathe, and the neighbors' muffled sounds return through the shared wall. I let the normal noises fill the house again, because I did not know what else to do. And all the while, in the back of my mind, the 3 taps replayed on a loop. Soft, deliberate, almost polite. Like a person on the other side of a wall, letting me know the wall was not as solid as I wanted to believe. 3, then 3, 175 words. The house goes quiet on purpose. After the 3 taps, I told myself I would be smart. I told myself I would not make noise. I would not provoke anything. I would not do the stupid movie thing where you challenge the dark and demand answers. I would not shout, "Who is there?" like the house owed me the courtesy of a reply. I went upstairs again anyway, not with courage, with compulsion. Like walking back to a stove you are not sure you turned off, like touching a bruise to prove it still hurts. I climbed the stairs slowly, careful to put my feet on the same safe parts of the carpet, the parts that did not creak. The hallway smelled faintly of warm air from the vents and the clean dryness of winter. The thermostat's screen glow painted its little rectangle on the wall. The closet door sat closed, smooth and harmless, with my strip of tape catching a faint shine like a bead of water. I stood in front of it and did not touch it. My whole body wanted to reach for the knob, to open it, to confront the seam again. But the feeling in my chest was too tight, too crowded with images I did not want to own. The idea of being inches from that panel again, of hearing a response from behind it, made my skin crawl. So I did the only thing that felt possible. I backed away, not fast, not dramatic. One step, then another, until I was standing in the center of the hallway with nothing in my hands and no plan in my head. I kept my eyes on the closet door as if looking away would allow something to happen. I did not scream. I did not call out. I did not even whisper. I stood there like a statue, trying to become quiet enough that I could hear the truth. The house was still making normal noises at first. The refrigerator downstairs hummed through the floor in its steady, low rhythm. The HVAC breathed, pushing air through the upstairs vent. Somewhere beyond my walls, the distant freeway hissed like the ocean in the dark. Through the shared wall, my neighbor's TV was a soft, muffled murmur, barely distinguishable words and faint laughter. I listened to all of it with a kind of desperate concentration, as if those sounds could protect me by existing. Then the refrigerator stopped mid-hum, not the normal click and wind down you barely notice, a clean cut. The hum was there, and then it was not, like someone had pressed a switch. A beat later, the HVAC stopped. The rush of air through the vents died suddenly, leaving the upstairs hallway too clear. The vent cover near the thermostat gave a tiny settling creak as pressure changed, and then it went still. The neighbor's TV through the shared wall seemed to dim at the same time. Not as if it turned off, but as if the volume dropped or the sound got swallowed. The muffled voices became thin and distant. Even the freeway hiss seemed to step back. The house fell into that mechanical hush. It was not just quiet, it was organized quiet, a silence shaped like a held breath. My skin prickled, the hair on my arms lifted. I realized my mouth was slightly open, and I closed it gently because even that felt too loud. I held my breath without choosing to. My chest went tight and still. In that hush, I heard something inside the wall. Not tapping, not scratching. A shift, soft, slow, like weight settling on wood, like a person moving carefully on a narrow surface. The kind of movement you feel more than you hear because it is restrained, controlled. There was the faintest creak, one small complaint from old structure, and then a heavier sense of presence behind the panel, as if something had repositioned itself. It was close, too close. My mind tried to reject it, to translate it into harmless house language. Duct expansion, settling beams, temperature changes. But the sound had the wrong rhythm. It had intention. It had restraint. It sounded like someone who knew I was listening. I did not move. That is the part that makes me feel sick when I replay it now. I did not move because my body had decided movement was dangerous. Like an animal that freezes in tall grass. Like a person trying to disappear by being still. I stood in the center of my hallway, with my eyes locked on the closet door, and I listened to the wall as if my life depended on distinguishing a creak from a step. Another tiny shift came, even quieter than the first. A soft friction sound, like fabric brushing wood. Then nothing. The hush lasted only a second more, but it felt long enough to contain a whole conversation. Then the refrigerator started again downstairs with a deeper hum, like it was reclaiming the space. The HVAC clicked back on and rushed air through the vents, filling the house with normal noise again. The neighbor's TV sound returned through the wall, muffled and ordinary. The freeway hiss resumed its constant distance. The house acted like nothing had happened. I did not. The moment the noises returned, my body finally broke its freeze. I bolted. I turned and half ran, half stumbled down the stairs so fast my socked feet slid on the carpet. I hit the bottom step hard enough that pain flashed up my shin, but I did not slow down. I crossed the living room in a blur, not even looking at the furniture, not even looking toward the kitchen. My only thought was the front door. I yanked it open and ran out into the cold night in nothing but socks and a thin t-shirt, the winter air biting my skin like needles. The porch light cast a harsh yellow cone over the steps. Beyond that cone, the driveway and street looked dark and empty, like the world had been drained of people. I did not care. I ran down the driveway and stopped beside my car, breathing hard, feet numb already from the cold concrete. I fumbled my phone out of my pocket with shaking hands and hit 911 so fast I almost dropped it. The operator's voice sounded calm, professional, like a person existing in a different universe. I tried to explain what was happening without sounding insane. I said I thought someone was inside my house. I said there was a hidden space. I said I heard movement in the walls. I said I was outside because I did not feel safe. Even as I spoke, shame rose in me in hot waves. The words sounded wrong the moment I heard them out loud. Movement in the walls. Hidden space. It sounded like a horror story, not a report. But my hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold the phone. The operator asked for my address. I gave it. She asked if I saw anyone. I said no. She asked if I had any weapons. I said no. She asked me to stay on the line and stay somewhere safe. Safe. I stood in my driveway in socks at almost 3 a.m, staring at my own dark townhouse like it was someone else's property, and I tried to locate what safe even meant. While I waited, I kept my eyes on the front door. Nothing moved behind the curtains. No lights came on. No shadow crossed the window. The house remained still and ordinary, like it was innocent. My breathing steamed in the cold air. My feet started to hurt from the concrete. My fingers were numb around my phone. The street was quiet. Too quiet. Even the distant freeway sounded far away. A few minutes passed like that, stretched thin. Then my phone screen shifted in my hand. Not because I touched it. It lit up on its own. Or maybe I bumped it and woke it. Either way, the glow made my stomach twist because it pulled me out of the dark and into the little world of data and logs again. The thermostat app was open. I did not remember opening it. The screen showed the current temperature and the set point. The words were small and clean. The interface looked calm. And then, right in front of me, as I stood outside watching my house, the status changed. Hold toggled. The little label shifted from off to on, or on to off. I honestly cannot tell you which way it went, because my brain fixated on the movement itself. The fact that it changed without me touching the screen. The fact that the device inside my house was being adjusted while I was standing in the driveway with a 911 operator on the line. For a second, I could not speak. The operator was still talking, asking if I was still outside, asking if I was safe, asking if I could see anyone. I stared at my phone screen and felt something cold and heavy settle in my gut, deeper than fear. Because manual had always been a word I could argue with in private. A log entry I could try to explain away with glitches and delays and firmware updates. But this was not a log entry. This was live. A change happening in real time. As if someone inside my house had heard me leave, heard me call, and decided to touch the thermostat like a hand on a chess piece. Calm, controlled, and not in a hurry. I lifted my eyes from the screen to the dark front windows of my townhouse, and the porch light glare made the glass look black and blank. I could not see inside. I could only imagine someone standing in that upstairs hallway near the thermostat glow, pressing the buttons with the same deliberate restraint as the tapping. I told the operator, in a voice that did not sound like mine, that the thermostat had just changed. She paused, like her mind was deciding how to categorize that information. And as I stood there, waiting for sirens, my feet freezing to the driveway, I realized the house was not just a place that held secrets. It was a place that could respond, and it was responding to me now, from the inside. Chapter 4, 5,850 words. The first search, upwim, 2,000 words. How you sound crazy in a calm voice. The first thing I heard was not a siren. It was the soft crunch of tires on salt grit. The kind of sound you only notice when you are standing outside in socks at almost 3 a.m, with your whole life narrowed down to one house and one front door. Then a low engine idle. Then the quiet, practical click of a car door opening and shutting. Flashlight beams swept across my driveway like slow, white fingers. 2 officers stepped out, both moving with that unhurried caution that looks calm from a distance and feels like judgment up close. Their uniforms looked too crisp for my neighborhood. Their faces looked tired but controlled. One was older, heavier set, with a shaved head and a quiet voice. The other was younger, thinner, with a knit cap pulled low and a posture that kept shifting like he was trying to stay warm. Their radios crackled softly at their shoulders, little bursts of static and half words that made the night feel suddenly official. "Sir?" The older one called, not loud, just enough to carry. You the caller?" I raised my hand like a student admitting he forgot his homework. My fingers were numb and my phone felt slick in my palm. I wanted to look normal. I wanted to be the kind of person who calls the police for a clear reason, not for a feeling. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded too steady for what I felt. "That's me." The younger officer glanced at my feet. I saw the look flicker across his face. Concern first, then something that could have been pity or disbelief. The older officer did not react. He just nodded, like he had already filed my socked feet into a category of weird nights. "You're outside because you thought someone was in the house?" the older officer asked. I swallowed. The air was cold enough to make swallowing feel like sandpaper. "Yes," I said. "I heard movement upstairs." "Okay," he said, calm. "Any weapons in the house?" "No," I said quickly. "No, I don't keep anything like that." He nodded again, then looked at the younger officer. "We'll do a quick sweep." The younger officer's flashlight clicked on and off once, a small mechanical sound, as if he was checking the button. Then it clicked on again and stayed on. The beam hit my front steps, my porch light glare, the dark glass of my front window. "What's the easiest way in?" the older officer asked. I pointed at the front door. My hand trembled slightly, and I hated it. "Front door. Garage door's locked." Back door's locked. I checked all that. You got a key? He asked. I hesitated for half a second because the idea of unlocking my front door felt like inviting the problem back into my life. But I nodded and walked up, my socks soaking up cold from the concrete. The keys were in my pocket. I pulled them out, and my fingers fumbled like they belonged to someone else. The metal was cold. The lock turned with a soft snick that sounded too loud in the quiet. When I opened the door, warm air slid out and hit my face. The smell of my own house, cleaner, laundry detergent, stale cooking from earlier, wrapped around me like a lie. From the outside, it had felt like a haunted thing. From the doorway, it felt like a normal home. That contrast made me feel instantly stupid. The older officer entered first. The younger followed, and I trailed behind them because standing outside alone felt worse. Their boots on my living room floor sounded heavy and foreign, a firm thud-thud on a surface that usually only heard my own soft steps. The older officer's radio crackled again, a brief burst of static. "Stay behind us," the older one said, not unkind, just procedural. I stayed behind them. The living room looked harmless under their flashlight beams. Couch, TV, coffee table. The kitchen island with my keys bowl and the faint glow of the microwave clock. Everything exactly where it should have been. No broken glass, no open drawers, no mess. The house didn't look like it had ever held fear. The younger officer swept his flashlight over corners, under the couch, behind the curtains. The beam flashed across framed photos on the wall and made my own face look unfamiliar in the glass. The older officer checked the front closet, the small one by the entry. The hangers clinked softly as he moved them. The sound was mundane, almost comforting. In the kitchen, the refrigerator hummed like it always did. That hum felt like betrayal. It was the same sound that used to make me feel safe. Now it made me feel like the house was acting normal on purpose. "You said you heard movement upstairs?" The older officer asked, keeping his voice low. "Yes," I said. "And I saw something change on my thermostat app, like the hold setting toggled." The younger officer's flashlight paused on me for the smallest moment. Not a glare, just a pause, like he was mentally labeling me. The older officer didn't react much. He nodded once. "All right, let's check upstairs." We went up in a small line. Older officer, younger officer, then me. Their boots on my carpeted stairs made a dull, confident sound, and each step felt like it was rewriting the house's memory. The hallway up top was dark, except for the thermostat's pale glow. The older officer's flashlight washed over the wall, over the thermostat, over the vent cover that had become a marker in my mind. I watched their lights touch it and move on like it meant nothing. "Thermostat's here?" the older officer asked. "Yes," I said. That's where the log said manual." He leaned in slightly, glanced at it the way you glance at a speed limit sign. The younger officer moved ahead, sweeping the beam down the hallway toward my bedroom and the closet door beside it. My throat tightened as his light landed on the closet. There was still clear tape on the edge of the doorframe. I had never removed it. In the bright flashlight beam, it looked ridiculous, shiny and cheap against white paint. I felt my face burn. "What's that?" the younger officer asked. I hated the question because it forced me to say it out loud, forced me to admit the shape of my fear. "It was a test," I said. "Tape. I put a hair across it. The tape stayed perfect, but the hair was gone." The younger officer's mouth tightened slightly. Not a smile. Not exactly. just that expression people make when they are trying not to react. The older officer looked at the tape for a second longer. "All right," he said, neutral. "We'll check the closet." The younger officer opened the closet door. The hollow core shiver ran through it, that cheap rattle in the frame. The closet light flickered once when he turned it on. His flashlight beam cut into the corners, over boxes, bins, old blankets. Everything looked normal. Of course it did. I stood behind them, feeling like I was watching someone search my imagination. I wanted the panel seam to jump out like a confession. I wanted them to see what I had seen. I wanted the wall to exhale again, just once, so I could point and say, "There, that." But the closet stayed silent. The younger officer shifted a box aside with his boot. Cardboard scraped softly. He checked the back wall, ran his light along it, then moved on. "Where's the panel you're talking about?" the older officer asked. I stepped forward, and my own feet on the carpet sounded too soft compared to theirs. I pointed at the seam, my finger hovering inches from it. Under the flashlight, it looked less sinister. Just a faint line, slight misalignment, cheap construction. "Right there," I said. It moved when I pressed it, and I heard something." The older officer leaned in. He pressed the seam with his thumb. Not gently, not aggressively, just firm enough to test. The panel gave slightly, the same tiny yield I had felt. He straightened. "Loose panel," he said, like he had solved it. "These places shift. Drywall flexes. Could be an air pressure thing." "It wasn't drywall," I said, my voice sharper than I meant. I forced it back down. It felt like a back panel, like there's a space. The older officer nodded in a way that felt like he was placating me without agreeing. "We'll check the rest of the house," he said. "Attic access? Basement?" "No basement," I said. "Attic access is in the bedroom closet, not this one. Another closet." "Show us," the younger officer said. I led them to my bedroom. The room looked wrong with strangers in it. Their flashlights made hard edges out of familiar furniture. The bed, the nightstand, the charger cable, the blinds throwing striped shadows on the wall. The older officer opened the other closet and found the attic hatch in the ceiling. He tapped it lightly with his knuckles. The sound was hollow. He pushed it up a fraction, enough to peek, then lowered it again. "No obvious signs," he said. They checked windows, they checked the bathroom, they checked the spare room. Their flashlight beams moved methodically. Their radios crackled occasionally. Their boots on the upstairs floorboards made the creaks happen in a different rhythm than mine, and part of me listened for any creak that sounded like it came from a different weight. Nothing. Downstairs, they checked the back door, the garage door, the locks. The older officer ran his flashlight around the frames, looking for pry marks. The younger officer checked the sliding door track. "No forced entry," the older officer said eventually, calm and certain. Those words hit me in a way I wasn't prepared for. They should have been reassuring. Instead, they made my situation feel worse, because I had already started to believe the whole problem was that forced entry wasn't necessary. I tried again, softer this time, as if adjusting my tone could make my fear more credible. "I can prove I wasn't home when the thermostat changed," I said. "I have Slack messages, a dispatcher call. The app log says manual, and the hold toggle. It changed while I was outside." The older officer looked at me for a long moment, not unkindly. His eyes were tired, like he had seen too many people try to convince reality to behave. "Listen," he said. "You work nights?" "Yeah," I said. How much sleep you getting lately? I opened my mouth and realized I didn't have a number I felt confident in. I had been awake too much, listening too much, checking too much. My sleep had become a series of shallow dives. Not enough, I admitted. He nodded like that was the answer he expected. Lack of sleep can mess with you, he said gently. Make you hyper-aware. Make normal sounds feel like something else. Anxiety does that too. The younger officer kept scanning the living room, flashlight beam moving across corners like he didn't want to be part of the conversation. His radio crackled again, and he touched the mic briefly, a small practice gesture. I'm not saying you didn't hear something, the older officer continued, but we're not seeing signs of someone inside. No broken locks, no open windows, no footprints, no obvious place to hide. I almost laughed at that last part, and the laugh would have sounded insane, so I swallowed it. No obvious place to hide. I thought of the panel giving under my fingertip. I thought of the smell of warm plastic. I thought of the taps answering me. I tried to keep my voice calm because I could feel myself slipping toward panic, and panic would only confirm their assumptions. What do I do then? I asked. The older officer's voice stayed practical. We can make a report, he said. We can note that you're concerned, but without evidence of a crime, there's not much we can do tonight. If you feel unsafe, stay with someone. Add extra locks, get a camera inside, and if you see an actual person or find clear evidence, call us again immediately. He said it all in the tone of someone explaining weather. The house hummed around us as if agreeing. The refrigerator compressor ran. Somewhere in the walls, a pipe ticked. Outside, the freeway hissed like a distant tide. Under scrutiny, my house sounded perfectly normal. That normal soundscape made me feel like I was the abnormal thing in it. The older officer asked for my name, my phone number, the usual administrative anchors. His pen scratched softly on a small notepad. The sound felt absurdly loud in my quiet kitchen. The younger officer stood near the stairs and looked up the hallway once, briefly, as if he expected something to peek back. Nothing did. Before they left, the older officer walked back to the staircase and glanced up again. You sure you don't have anyone with a key? He asked. Friend? Ex? Maintenance? No, I said. No one. He nodded. All right, try to get some rest. Seriously. When they stepped outside, the cold air rushed in again. Their boots crunched on the driveway grit. Their radio crackled one last time. Their car doors shut with solid final clicks. The engine started. Headlights swept across my lawn and then moved away. And suddenly, it was just me again. Me in a house that had behaved perfectly while the police were inside it, like an animal going still when strangers enter the room. Me, standing in my kitchen, listening to the refrigerator hum and the HVAC breathe and the neighbor's muffled life through the shared wall. I stood there for a long time after they left, hands hanging at my sides, feeling the quiet shame settle in. Because the police had come. They had checked. They had found nothing. And somehow that made the panel seam upstairs feel more real, not less. Like the house had waited for them to leave so it could speak in its own language again. 4-2-1900 words. The crawl space proof. They did not find it on the first pass. That is what makes me feel sick when I think about it now. They had walked through my home with flashlights and calm voices and heavy boots. They had looked in closets and checked locks and lifted the attic hatch like they were inspecting a rental property. They had stood inches from the seam in that closet panel and called it loose. And then they left. If the story ended there, it would have ended with me feeling embarrassed and alone. which might have been worse in its own way. But it did not end there, because the younger officer did something as they were getting ready to go, something small, almost casual, that pulled the thread again. He was at the bottom of the stairs, half turned toward the door, when he said, "Can you show me that closet one more time?" The older officer looked at him like he was mildly annoyed, like he wanted the night to end. The younger one shrugged slightly. "Just want to rule out a weird access panel," he said, like he was talking about a leaky pipe. I felt my mouth go dry. I nodded too fast. Upstairs again, their boots made the familiar floorboards speak in a rhythm that was not mine. The hallway thermostat glowed. The closet door waited. The strip of tape still caught the light like a thin, wet line. The younger officer opened the closet and turned on the light. The bulb flickered once, then steadied in that cheap yellow tone that makes everything look older and more tired than it is. He moved boxes with his hands this time, not his boot. He was quieter, more careful. His flashlight beam stayed on the back wall longer. I stood behind them, hands clenched at my sides, trying not to move, trying not to breathe too loudly, like my own sound would contaminate whatever might happen next. The older officer leaned in again, thumb on the seam. He pressed, harder than before. The panel gave. Not much, but enough that his expression changed. It was subtle, just a tightening around the eyes, the kind of shift you see when someone's brain updates a category. Loose panel became something else. "What's on the other side?" he asked, more to himself than to me. "I don't know," I said, and my voice cracked on the last word. The older officer ran his hand along the seam, feeling for a catch. The younger officer angled his flashlight so the beam slid down the line like a blade. Dust in the air floated in the light like tiny insects. "Could be an access to plumbing," the older officer said, still trying to keep it normal. "Upstairs closet?" the younger one replied. "Doesn't make sense." The older officer did not answer. He pressed again, then tried to pull. The panel resisted, then made a small pop sound, adhesive or nails or something giving way. It was not loud, but in the tight closet space it sounded like a confession. My stomach dropped. The panel shifted outward a fraction of an inch, enough to create a thin black gap. The gap looked like nothing at first, just darkness, a line, a place where the wall ended and something else began. Then the smell came out. It was stronger than when I opened the closet alone. Dust, yes. Old insulation, yes. But also that same warm plastic scent, more pronounced now, like the inside of a computer tower that has been running too long. It rolled out of the gap as if it had been trapped behind the panel and had been waiting for an excuse to escape. The younger officer's flashlight beam slipped through the gap. The light hit something inside and bounced back wrong, not empty space, something textured, something soft. The older officer pulled again. The panel came free with a quiet tearing sound, like tape being peeled too slowly. He held it aside, and the closet suddenly had a new depth to it. A narrow void behind the wall, tall enough to crouch in, running into darkness between studs. The younger officer leaned closer, flashlight beam steady. "Yeah," he said softly. That's not supposed to be there." The older officer did not speak for a second. His radio crackled quietly on his shoulder, a burst of static that sounded obscene in the closet's stillness. The flashlight beam moved inside the void, and my mind tried to reject what it was seeing. It looked like the space behind a wall where pipes might run, except there were no pipes, no duct, just a tight, hidden cavity that went deeper than it should have. The wooden studs were visible. The insulation was torn in places. The drywall edges looked rough, like someone had cut or pried before. Then the beam caught something reflective. Plastic. A bottle. It was tucked back in the darkness, half hidden behind a stud. The label shone for a moment, and then disappeared as the beam moved. The younger officer reached in, careful, and pulled it forward. A half-empty bottle of water. I felt my hands go cold. The older officer's flashlight moved lower, and the beam found more. Wrappers, crinkled foil and plastic, flattened like someone had tried to make them small. A torn granola bar wrapper. A couple of fast food sauce packets. The kind of garbage you only notice when you are looking for it. The kind of garbage that doesn't belong behind your wall unless someone's mouth and hands have been there. The younger officer's gloved fingers pinched one wrapper and lifted it. The plastic crinkled softly, an intimate sound in that tight space, like someone shifting in bed. The older officer leaned in further and said, "Hold the light." He reached into the void with both hands and pulled something forward that made my chest seize. A thin layer of improvised bedding. Not a sleeping bag. Not a blanket in a normal sense. It looked like insulation, pink fiberglass, stuffed into a flattened shape and covered with something to keep it from itching skin. Maybe a trash bag. Maybe old plastic sheeting. It was compressed and slightly indented, like a body had pressed into it repeatedly. Like a nest. The older officer set it down carefully on the closet floor, as if it could contaminate the air by being touched too roughly. The younger officer's flashlight beam moved again and caught a wire, a white cable running along the back of the void. For a second, my brain tried to tell me it was mine, something I had dropped. A cable I'd shoved behind a box and forgotten. I could almost feel the relief rise. An explanation. Any explanation. Then the beam followed it to the source. A phone charger. Not just a loose charger. A charger plugged into an outlet inside the void. The adapter was seated in the socket like it belonged there, and the cable ran out and disappeared deeper, as if it had been routed deliberately. The little charging brick looked clean compared to the dust around it, like it had been handled recently. I stared at it and felt something hot and nauseating twist in my stomach. Because this was not a glitch. This was not sleep deprivation. This was not my imagination turning settling noises into footsteps. This was infrastructure. Someone had been living inside my walls, and they had electricity. The older officer exhaled through his nose, slow. He reached toward the charger but did not touch it with bare hands. He pulled on gloves, the latex snapping softly in the closet light. The younger officer's radio crackled again. He pressed the mic and spoke in a low voice, codes and short phrases that meant nothing to me. The sound of it made the situation feel suddenly larger, like my closet had opened into a whole different world. "We've got evidence of trespassing," the older officer said finally, voice careful and flat. "Looks like someone's been staying in here." Staying. The word felt too gentle, like calling a fire warmth. The younger officer took photos. The camera shutter clicks were sharp and sterile. Flashlight beams adjusted. Their boots shifted on my carpet. In the hallway beyond the closet, my house continued to hum like it was innocent. Refrigerator compressor cycling downstairs. The soft, distant freeway hiss. The faint tick of a pipe cooling. The normal soundscape under scrutiny felt like a joke. The older officer pulled evidence bags from his kit. The plastic rustled, a dry whisper that sounded like leaves. He used gloved hands to pick up the wrappers, the water bottle, the flattened bedding material. Each item made its own small, humiliating noise. Crinkle, scrape, a soft thud into a bag. The bag sealed with a pressed strip that made a tiny zipper-like sound. I watched his hands move and felt detached from my own body, like I was watching someone else's life get processed into evidence. "Trespassing," the younger officer said, almost to himself. "Maybe squatting." Squatting. That word belonged to abandoned buildings, to boarded-up houses, to places nobody cared about. It did not belong to my townhouse, my kitchen island, my predictable fridge hum. Hearing it applied to my home made me feel exposed, like I had failed some basic test of adulthood. The older officer stepped back from the closet and looked at me more directly now. His tone shifted, not kinder, but more serious. "Do you live alone?" he asked. "Yes," I said. My voice sounded thin. "Any roommates? Anyone ever stay over?" "No." "Any ex with a key?" "No." "Maintenance people? Anyone you gave access to?" "No," I repeated. It started to feel like the only word I had left. He nodded slowly. "Okay." Then he asked the question that made the entire situation tilt into something colder. "What's your routine like?" I blinked. "What?" "What time do you usually leave?" he asked. "What time do you come home? You said you work nights." I swallowed. "I leave around. I get to work before 11. I'm usually home between 1 and 3 in the morning, depending on the night. Sometimes later." He wrote something down. "Do you go anywhere after work? Gym, gas station, anything like that?" The younger officer looked up at me when the older one said gym, like that word mattered more than the rest. "Yeah," I said, and my mouth went dry again. "I go late. I like an empty gym, usually around 11 on my nights off or after work if I'm wired. I'm not consistent." "What nights?" the older officer asked. I hesitated, and I hated that I hesitated, because I realized what it meant. It meant my schedule was not just my schedule. It was information. "Tuesday, Thursday sometimes," I said. "Sometimes Sunday. It depends." The older officer nodded like he was building a map of my life. "When was the last time you went?" he asked. 2 nights ago," I said, and my voice went quieter. That's when the thermostat log said manual. I was at work then, but still. The older officer exchanged a glance with the younger one. It was not a dramatic look, just a quick, silent communication that said, "He's right to be scared." That glance gave me a spike of validation so sharp it almost felt like relief. They believed me now. Not because of my tone or my fear or the hair trick. Because of the charger plugged into the wall behind my closet. For a brief moment, I felt the strange comfort of being proven right. Then the drop came. Because proving I was right did not produce a person. They searched the void further, shining flashlights deep into it, calling out short commands to each other, checking angles. They looked for a second exit, a crawl route, any path that explained how someone could get in and out without using my doors. They found nothing obvious, just the tight hidden space, the torn insulation, the evidence of occupation. No suspect, no body, no face. The older officer sealed the last bag and said, "We're going to have to write this up as unlawful entry, trespassing, possibly burglary depending on what's missing, but you're saying nothing is missing." "Nothing," I said, because I had no idea what missing even meant anymore. I felt like time was missing, sleep was missing, safety was missing. The younger officer kept his flashlight trained into the void like he expected eyes to appear in the darkness. The beam shook slightly, just once, and that tiny shake made me realize he was human too. He was trying to look steady, and something about this space behind my wall was making it hard. "We can't arrest a charger," he said quietly, almost under his breath. The older officer gave him a sharp look, warning him not to say things like that in front of me. But it was already said, and it landed like a stone. They had proof. They had my validation. They had wrappers and bottled water and a nest of insulation. They had a phone charger plugged into an outlet inside a hidden space in my house. And they still did not have the person who had been breathing behind my wall. When they finished, the older officer told me, "Do not touch that space. Do not try to fix it yourself. We're going to have someone come back in daylight if we can. See if there's an access point we're missing." Daylight. The word sounded like a joke now, as if sunlight could make the impossible become sensible. They replaced the panel loosely for the moment, not sealing it, just setting it back like a lid. The older officer pressed it into place with a flat palm, and it clicked softly into the seam, hiding the void again as if it had never existed. The closet looked normal. That was the final insult. My house returned to its routine sounds: fridge hum, HVAC breath, neighbor muffled life. While the officers stood in my hallway with evidence bags and calm voices, and I realized the most terrifying part was not that someone had been inside. It was that they could disappear before anyone arrived, leaving only proof that felt too small to hold the weight of what it meant. 4.3, 1,950 words. The door that opened from the inside. When the police finally left, it was close enough to morning that the sky had started to thin. Not sunrise yet, just that gray-blue pre-dawn light that makes everything look flat and exhausted, like the world has been awake too long. Their headlights swept across my driveway one last time. Their car doors shut with those solid final clicks. The engine idled, then pulled away. The radio crackle faded. The sound of boots on my stairs was gone, and in the space they left behind, my house exhaled back into its normal routine. The refrigerator hummed. The HVAC breathed. The neighbor's life seeped through the shared wall in soft, ordinary thumps. The microwave clock glowed like nothing had happened. The closet door upstairs sat closed with a thin seam in the back wall that now meant I was not crazy. I should have felt relief. Instead, I felt exposed. Because now I knew the hidden space was real. I knew someone had been behind that panel, eating and sleeping and charging their phone inside my walls. The proof made the fear sharper, not softer, because proof does not come with protection. Proof just makes your imagination stop working as a shield. I went through my house after they left the way people do after a break-in, even if nothing is stolen. I touched doors. I tested locks. I looked at windows like they were capable of lying. I checked the garage, the back slider, the front door. I walked upstairs and stared at the closet door again until my eyes hurt. The panel had been set back in place. It sat too neatly for what it was hiding. I stood there with my hand hovering near it and forced myself not to touch it. The older officer had told me not to. I had nodded. I had promised. Now, alone again, that promise felt flimsy. I could almost hear breathing behind it, even though the house was full of normal sounds. I could almost feel that controlled silence gathering on the other side like a person waiting. I shut the closet door and stepped back, and my own footsteps sounded foreign to me. Downstairs, I dragged the kitchen chair back under the back door handle. The legs scraped softly against the tile. The scrape sounded humiliating, like a confession. I pushed the chair tight so the top rail wedged under the handle. I tested it once, then twice, because my hands could not stop checking. Then I locked the back door again. Deadbolt, knob lock, the whole routine. I did the same with the front door. Locked, checked, checked again. I turned the living room lights off, then turned them back on, then turned them off again, because my brain could not decide whether darkness was safety or cover. In the end, I left a single kitchen light on over the island, the warm pool of light making the house feel less hollow. I did not eat. I did not shower. I did not do anything that would make me feel human. I went upstairs and lay on my bed fully dressed. My phone sat on the nightstand face down, like a piece of evidence I was afraid to look at. My bedroom window blinds held the streetlight glow in thin stripes across the wall. The HVAC ran and stopped and ran again, cycling like it always did, as if it was trying to keep me comfortable while everything else fell apart. I kept listening for the 1-second hush. It came, of course, because it always came. The refrigerator stopped at the wrong moment. The HVAC happened to be off. The neighbor's TV seemed to dim. The house created that clean gap that held breath. In that gap, I did not hear footsteps. I did not hear tapping. I did not hear anything obvious. But I could not relax, because now I had evidence of a person, not a theory. I slept in fragments. I would drift off for 20 minutes, then wake with my heart thumping, certain I had heard something, only to realize it was the refrigerator relay clicking, or the vent pinging, or a pipe ticking as the heat settled. I would fall asleep again, then jerk awake because my dream had filled the house with a sound that did not exist. At some point, I heard a distant truck on the freeway, and it sounded like someone dragging something heavy across my floor. I sat upright in bed, sweat cold on my neck, and waited. Nothing. I lay back down and stared at the ceiling until my eyes burned. Morning came slowly. When I woke for what felt like the 100th time, the light in the window was different, not bright, just daylight enough to make the room look less like a stage set. My mouth was dry, my clothes felt twisted, my body ached in that dull way it aches when you have not truly slept. I sat up and listened. The house sounded normal. The refrigerator was running. Somewhere outside, a car passed on the street. Through the shared wall, I heard my neighbor's muffled movement, the ordinary thump of someone starting their day. I told myself to breathe. I told myself that daylight meant control. I walked downstairs, each step slower now, because part of me did not want to confirm anything. The kitchen light I left on was still on. The chair under the back door handle was still there, wedged tight. For a brief moment, I felt a flicker of relief. Then I saw the lock. The deadbolt thumb turn was not in the position it should have been. It was subtle, just a different angle, a different orientation of that little piece of metal that should have pointed one way when locked and another when unlocked. My eyes locked onto it the way a person's eyes lock onto a bruise on someone else's face. I stepped closer. I touched it. The back door was unlocked. The chair was still under the handle exactly as I placed it, as if nothing had moved. The lock was not damaged. No scratch marks, no pry marks, no forced entry, just unlocked. It took a second for my brain to accept it. I stared at the chair, at the handle, at the deadbolt, trying to assemble an explanation that did not involve a person. Maybe I unlocked it myself. Maybe I did it sleepwalking. Maybe the lock failed and slipped. Maybe I bumped it and did not notice. But the chair was still wedged under the handle. The chair would have made noise if I had moved the door. The chair would have shifted. The chair would have scratched differently across the tile. It had not moved. which meant the door had not opened, which meant the lock had been turned while the door remained closed, from the inside, or with a key, or by someone who did not need to come through the door because they were already here. The thought landed in my body like a stone. Someone inside can unlock it, or someone has a copy, or someone never left. I stood there in the kitchen, one hand on the chair back, and felt my breathing turn shallow. The refrigerator hummed. The microwave clock glowed. The house was performing normal again, and I hated it for how convincing it was. I pulled the chair away slowly and opened the back door a crack, just enough to look outside. The morning air was cold and clean. The yard was empty. The fence line was still. No footprints that I could see. No sign of a person leaving. I closed the door again and locked it, hard, as if force could make the mechanism obey. Deadbolt. Knob lock. I tested them. They held. Then I did what had become my worst habit. I opened the thermostat app. My hands were shaking slightly. The screen glow made my fingers look pale. I stared at the home screen first. Temperature, set point, system status, because I could not make myself go straight to the history tab. That tab had become a place where reality turned into words. I tapped it anyway. And there it was. Another entry. Manual temp change, 2:41 a.m. Hold my chest went tight. The number hit me like a punch. Not because it was new, but because it was the same time, the same signature, the same deliberate insistence. I tapped into the details. The app showed a small line of metadata beneath the event, something it had not felt important enough to notice before, something I would have ignored in any other life. Source. Device touched. Not schedule, not automation, not remote adjustment. Device touched. I stared at those words until my eyes blurred. Because if the device had been touched, it meant fingers on plastic. It meant someone standing in my upstairs hallway at 2:41 a.m., close enough to see the thermostat glow, close enough to press the buttons and feel the click under their thumb. And the back door downstairs had been unlocked without opening, which meant they did not need to leave, or they did not need to rush, or they did not need to be afraid of the police, because they could hear my phone call and still had time to change my thermostat while I stood outside. I set the phone down on the counter like it was contaminated. The house around me kept humming and breathing like a machine doing its job. But in my head, everything had shifted, because the lock had turned and the house had been touched. And now, in daylight, in normal sound, I understood something I had been avoiding since the first log entry. This was not a one-time intrusion. This was a relationship, a pattern. A person learning my house the same way I had been learning it. By sound, by schedule, by the small, humiliating routines that make you predictable. And somewhere behind that closet panel, in a space that should not exist, something had enough patience to wait until I fell asleep again. Chapter 5, 6,100 words. The basement, time 5. 2,100 words. Staying awake like it is a job. I did not go back to sleep after I found the back door unlocked. I stood there in my kitchen with my phone on the counter and the chair still angled like an accusation. And something in me finally accepted a fact my brain had been avoiding since the first manual entry. Sleep was no longer rest. Sleep was an opening. Sleep was a shift change. So I stopped treating it like a human need and started treating it like a job I could not quit. That first day after the police found the crawl space proof, I moved through my routine on autopilot. I showered because the hot water was one of the few things that still felt normal. I ate something because my stomach demanded it. I drove to work because what else was I going to do? call in and tell my supervisor I could not come in because someone might be living inside my walls. The fluorescent lights at the logistics building made everything feel unreal. The break room smelled like burnt coffee and warm toner like it always did. The intercoms still squawked announcements that sounded like they came from inside the ceiling. Forklifts beeped, and people laughed, and screens glowed, and the world kept happening. And all I could think about was my house breathing without me. Every notification on my phone made my pulse jump. Every time my thermostat app updated on its own, temperature reached, system running, schedule adjustment. I felt my stomach drop the way it drops when a car brakes suddenly. The app had become a voice that could speak from my house to my pocket. I started keeping my phone face down. It did not help. I could still feel it. I could still imagine the screen lighting up in my peripheral vision like an eye-opening. When I got home that night, I did not walk into my townhouse the way I used to. I did not toss my keys in the bowl and turn on the TV and act like the day was over. I entered like a person returning to a scene. I stood inside the front door and listened before I moved. The refrigerator compressor ran. The HVAC breathed. Somewhere through the shared wall, my neighbor's TV murmured. Note by note, the normal house soundtrack arranged itself, trying to convince me it was harmless. I did not believe it. I went straight to the kitchen island and turned on the overhead lights. Not the soft lamp in the corner, not the warm living room light, the bright kitchen lights, the ones that made every surface look sharp and unflattering. The kind of light you turn on when you are cleaning up after something. Then I opened a drawer and took out a cheap kitchen knife. It was not dramatic. It was not the big carving knife. It was a medium-length serrated knife I used for cutting tomatoes and bagels. The handle was plastic. The blade was lightly scratched from years of normal use. It was the kind of weapon that would be laughable in a real fight. But I did not own a gun. I had never wanted one. I had always been the kind of person who thought a locked door and common sense were enough. Now I stared at that knife and felt the absurdity of my life concentrate into one object. I set it on the kitchen island in front of me. The metal made a small, clean tap against the countertop. That sound did something to my nerves. It made the situation feel official, like I had crossed a line from being scared to being prepared to be scared. I sat down on the stool and kept the lights on, not for comfort, for surveillance. The kitchen island became my station, my little command center, my place where I could see the front door, the stairs, the hallway beyond, the edge of the living room. From that seat, I could hear the refrigerator and the HVAC and the pipes and the neighbor through the shared wall. I could watch the glow under the microwave clock. I could watch my own reflection faintly in the dark window glass. I started doing sound checks. That is what I called them in my head, because it sounded less insane than what it really was. I would listen to the refrigerator hum and note its pitch, the way it deepened slightly right before it stopped. I would listen for the relay click, tiny and dry, like a fingernail tapping plastic. And then the compressor would shut off, leaving a brief quiet that made my shoulders tense. I would listen to the HVAC whoosh and try to predict when it would cut out, because the moment it stopped was the moment the house became too still. I would listen for my neighbor's noise through the shared wall, a muffled laugh from their TV, a cabinet door shut, a dryer thump, a soft footstep. I hated myself for how much comfort I took in those sounds, because it meant I had started using another person's life as a shield. If I could hear them, it meant the world was still normal enough for someone else to be living in it without fear. Sometimes their noise would dim, and my stomach would tighten, because the dimming always felt like the beginning of the house's signature hush. Silence had stopped being neutral. Silence had become a presence. At first, I tried to distract myself with normal things. I put the TV on low. I scrolled on my phone. I tried to watch sports highlights. I tried to pretend I was just having a late night, like I always did on my nights off. It did not work. Every time the refrigerator stopped, I looked up. Every time the HVAC cut off, I held my breath. Every time the house went into that 1-second mechanical hush where too many things were quiet at once, my body stiffened like something had walked into the room. The worst part was how the house seemed to learn my attention. Or maybe I just learned its timing too well. The hush would arrive at moments that felt wrong, not always at 2:41, but often close enough to make my skin prickle. The refrigerator would cut off mid-hum, the HVAC would stop, and even the neighbor's muffled TV would seem to dip, as if sound itself had stepped back. In that held breath, I would hear tiny things I had never noticed before. A faint shift in the walls, like pressure moving. A soft tick that could have been a pipe or could have been something else. The smallest scrape, like fabric brushing wood. I would freeze and listen harder, and the listening would become its own torture. Because the more you listen, the more your brain tries to turn ambiguity into meaning. Then the hum would return. The refrigerator would kick back on. The HVAC would whoosh. The neighbor's TV would swell back into the background. The world would pretend to be ordinary again, and I would feel my heart pounding like I had sprinted. Hours passed like that. I checked the back door locks twice without leaving my stool. I checked the front door. I checked the garage. I did not go upstairs. I did not stand in the hallway near the closet. I did not touch the thermostat. The upstairs felt like an entirely different territory now, like a floor of a building you avoid because you know what happened there. At some point near midnight, I heard the house settle in a way that made my skin tighten. A soft thump from the back of the house. Not loud, not a slam. The kind of sound you used to ignore. It could have been the water heater cycling. It could have been the frame shifting with temperature. It could have been anything. I muted the TV and held still. The silence that followed made the knife on the counter look suddenly ridiculous. The overhead kitchen lights cast hard shadows under the stools. The refrigerator hum became the only steady thing, and even that felt like a countdown. Nothing else happened. I exhaled slowly and tried to laugh, but the laugh did not come out right. It sounded like air leaving my lungs. It sounded like the exhale I had heard behind the panel. That similarity made me stop breathing for a second. I sat there for another hour with my hands flat on the countertop, staring at nothing, listening to the house like it was a machine that might malfunction at any second. I realized my brain had started categorizing appliance sounds as threats. The refrigerator was not a refrigerator anymore. It was a signal. The HVAC was not comfort. It was cover. The neighbor's muffled TV was not background noise. It was the thin wall between me and full silence. And silence was no longer the absence of sound. Silence was the moment when I could feel something else close enough to hear me breathe. By 2 a.m, my eyes burned. My body felt heavy. My head would dip slightly, and I would jerk it back up, because the thought of nodding off in that kitchen chair made my stomach twist. I drank water. I ate a handful of crackers just to have something to do. I stood up and paced once, then sat back down again, because pacing made too much noise, and noise felt like vulnerability. I began to understand something about fear that I never understood before. Fear is not always a spike. It is not always adrenaline and racing heart, and dramatic decisions. Sometimes fear is just a slow, grinding awareness that you cannot turn off. It is being hyper-alert for hours in a place that should be safe. It is being unable to let your body do the one thing it needs most, because you cannot trust what happens when you close your eyes. The night stretched, and the house kept doing its job. The refrigerator hummed and stopped and hummed again. The HVAC breathed and cut off and breathed again. Pipes ticked. Floorboards spoke occasionally with small, settling creaks. My neighbor's life moved on the other side of the wall. Everything was normal enough to make me feel insane for being afraid. And everything was wrong enough that I could not stop listening. I sat under those bright kitchen lights with a cheap knife on the table in front of me. And I realized I had turned my own home into a watch shift. Not because I wanted to be brave, because I had started to believe that if I ever let the house go quiet without me awake to hear it, something inside it would move again. 5.2, 2,000 words. The basement door was open. I noticed it the way you notice a typo after you have already read the sentence 3 times. Not because it was dramatic, not because it moved, because it was wrong. It was close to 2 a.m., and I was still at the kitchen island under the bright overhead lights with the knife on the table and my phone face down like I was trying to keep it from speaking. The refrigerator hum had become a metronome. The HVAC had cycled twice in the last hour, each shut-off making my shoulders tighten like I clearly had not learned anything. I was tired in a deep way, the kind of tired that makes your vision slightly soft at the edges. I had started doing slow sound checks without meaning to. Fridge hum, neighbor muffled TV, vent ping, pipe tick, like I was counting beads. And then my eyes landed on the utility door. In my townhouse, the basement is not a real basement. It is a utility space, a half stair down off the kitchen, just enough to make the air change. It holds the furnace, the water heater, some storage. It is the kind of space you do not think about until something breaks. The kind of space you keep closed because the air down there smells like metal and dust and warm machine heat. That door is always shut. Not because I am superstitious, because I am lazy. Because I do not like the cold draft that comes up when it is open. Because the hinge squeaks and the latch sticks slightly, and it is annoying. So when I saw that it was cracked open just a couple inches, it felt like a typo in my own house. At first I told myself it must be nothing. Maybe I left it that way earlier. Maybe it did not latch fully. Maybe the furnace kicked on and the pressure shifted and it nudged the door open. Maybe the door was imperfect. Doors are imperfect. I stared at it for a long time, trying to let those explanations settle in my body. The crack looked too precise. 2 inches, maybe 3. Enough for darkness to show itself in a clean vertical slice. The light from my kitchen did not reach far into that crack. It just painted the edge of the door and then stopped, like the darkness was absorbing it. The gap looked like a mouth that had been left slightly open. I set my hands flat on the countertop and listened. See? That was the problem. I could not just see something wrong anymore. I had to listen to it too. The refrigerator hummed. The neighbor's life through the wall made a faint, muffled thump, like a cabinet closing. The HVAC was off at the moment, leaving the kitchen too still. My own breath sounded too loud in my ears. Nothing came from the utility door. No obvious movement, no footsteps, no tapping. Just that steady wrongness of it being open. I stood up slowly, the stool legs making a soft scrape on the tile that sounded like it traveled through the whole house. The knife stayed on the counter. I did not pick it up. I do not know why. Maybe some part of me knew a kitchen knife would not make me feel safer down there. Maybe some part of me knew that carrying it would make this feel more real. I walked toward the door. Each step was small and careful, like I was approaching a sleeping animal. The tile felt cold through my socks. The air near the door was cooler, as if the utility space was breathing out. When I got close, I could smell it. Dust and warm metal. A faint chemical tang from whatever the furnace casing and the water heater produce over time. The smell was not new. It was just stronger because the door was not sealed. I leaned slightly toward the crack and looked. The darkness inside did not look like normal darkness. It looked thick, like it had density, like it was an object. I hate saying that because it sounds like a ghost story. It sounds like the kind of language you use when you want to be dramatic. But that is what it felt like in that moment. The utility space below my kitchen was not simply unlit. It was a pocket of something heavier. The stairs going down were just barely visible. One step, then another, then nothing. The light from the kitchen did not reach far enough to show the floor. It just revealed the top edge of the stair and then stopped. I held my breath and listened again, closer. Nothing. Then my eyes adjusted slightly, and I saw something at the bottom. Not clearly, not like a face or a body, just a faint outline where an outline should not have been. An interruption in the darkness. The suggestion of a vertical shape standing still near the bottom step. It could have been the water heater. It could have been stacked boxes. It could have been my own brain trying to pattern match because I was exhausted. But the outline had the wrong geometry. It looked like shoulders. The moment that thought formed, my whole body tightened. In my head, I tried to rewind the image, to correct it. I tried to force it into something harmless. Utility spaces are full of shapes. Pipes, tanks, shadows. Anything can look like a person if you stare long enough. But this felt like something staring back. A shape, perfectly still, exactly where the light stopped reaching. The kind of stillness that is not empty. The kind of stillness that implies control. My mouth went dry, my hands curled slightly at my sides. I did not call out. I did not say, "Who is there?" I did not even whisper. Because some part of me understood that sound would confirm I was there and awake and watching. And then something shifted. It was barely visible, more felt than seen. The outline did not move toward me. It did not step. It just changed in a way that made the darkness seem to adjust around it. Like weight moving from one foot to the other. Like a person settling into a stance. A tiny sound came up the stairs. Not a footstep, not a scrape. A soft fabric whisper, like clothes brushing against something. That was enough. My body made the decision before my brain did. I slammed the utility door shut, hard. The door hit the frame with a sharp bang that made the whole kitchen jump. The latch caught, and the final click sounded like a lock snapping into place. For half a second, I stood there with my palm pressed against the door, feeling the vibration in the wood. The bang echoed in my head and then vanished, leaving the house too quiet again. Then I ran. I ran through my kitchen barefoot in socks like a child fleeing a nightmare. I grabbed my keys from the bowl without looking. I yanked the front door open so fast it hit the wall. Cold air hit my face like a slap. I sprinted down the front steps and across the driveway to my car. My hands were shaking so hard, I could barely get the key into the ignition. The metal clinked against the steering column. My breath came out in harsh bursts that made my chest hurt. I slammed the door shut and locked it automatically, like a reflex. Then I called 911. Again. My phone screen glowed in my shaking hands. The operator answered, and my voice came out wrong. Too high, too broken, like it was coming from the back of my throat. I tried. I swallowed. There's someone in my house. I saw something in the utility room. The operator asked me to slow down, asked me my address again, asked me if I was safe. I tried to answer, but my teeth were chattering from the cold and from adrenaline. My hands would not stop trembling. My mind kept replaying the image of that shape at the bottom step, perfectly still, exactly where the light failed. The operator asked if I had gone back inside. "No," I said quickly. "No, I'm in my car. I'm in the driveway. I'm not going back in." I watched my front door from the car window. The porch light cast a bright cone over the steps. The windows above were dark. The townhouse looked calm. It looked like nothing inside it could move without being seen. And yet my body knew better now. Because I had seen the darkness in that utility stairwell sit there like a solid thing. And I had seen something inside it hold perfectly still, like it was listening to the same house sounds I had been mapping. Waiting for the moment, everything went quiet enough to move. 5. The 2,000 words. The search finds the wrong kind of evidence. The second time the police came, I was sitting in my locked car with my phone pressed to my ear and my breath fogging the windshield like I was trying to erase the view of my own house. I could see the front steps in the porch light. I could see the dark rectangle of the upstairs windows. I could see the neat, harmless face my townhouse wore when it wanted to look like a normal place. I told the operator the same address again. I told her I thought someone was inside again. I told her the utility door was open and I saw a shape at the bottom of the stairs. I heard myself saying the words, and I hated how unreal they sounded. Like I was describing a dream while still awake. When the squad car finally rolled in, the night felt suddenly crowded with official sound. Tires on grit, a low engine idle, doors opening and closing with that hard finality. Radios crackling in clipped bursts, flashlights clicking on, boots on concrete. Those noises should have made me feel safe. Instead, they made me feel like the house had been given an audience. The older officer from before was not the one who arrived this time. These were different men, different faces, same polite, practical posture. The same way of moving through someone else's fear like it was a routine call. One of them walked up to my car window and leaned down slightly, keeping his body angled so he could see the house and me at the same time. "Sir, you the caller?" he asked. "Yes," I said. My voice shook. I hated that. I wanted to sound calm. Calm sounded credible. Shaking sounded like sleep deprivation. "What happened?" he asked. I tried to explain it in the fewest words possible, like brevity could keep me from sounding insane. Utility door was cracked open. I saw something at the bottom. I ran out. He nodded, not judging, not believing either, just filing it. "We're going to do another sweep," he said. "You stay here. Door's locked." I watched them go in. The front door opened. The warm light spilled out. The flashlights took over immediately. White beams moving along my walls like scalpel lines. Their boots hit my living room floor with a weight that made my home sound different. That was one of the worst parts of it, the way strangers changed the house's voice. When it was just me, I knew every sound. The refrigerator relay click, the vent ping, the faint rattle of the closet door when pressure shifted, my own steps on the hallway carpet. When it was officers in boots, the house spoke louder. It creaked in places it never creaked for me. It complained under their weight. The staircase thumped. The hallway responded. The building sounded alive in a way that made me feel like I had never truly lived here. They checked the utility door first. I could see the light spill across the kitchen window as they moved around inside. I could not hear their voices clearly through the glass, but I heard the shape of them. Short commands, the occasional low laugh that made me feel sick, like my fear was entertaining. The radios crackled. A flashlight beam swept upstairs and briefly cut across the blinds like a slow blade. Then they went to the closet. I knew they went to the closet because the upstairs hallway light, my thermostat glow, briefly brightened under a flashlight beam, and the movement of light along the wall was unmistakable. They were looking at my seam again, my hidden void, my proof. Time stretched in my car. I sat with my hands locked around my phone, staring at the front door, waiting for something to happen that would justify the way my heart would not slow down. Part of me wanted them to find a person, to pull someone out in handcuffs, to end it with a clear story. Another part of me was terrified of what kind of person could live inside walls and still have the patience to stay silent while police walked through the house. The officers came back out after a while. Their posture was different from the first time. Not alarmed, but focused. One of them carried an evidence bag. Another had gloves on. A third kept looking up toward the second-floor windows like he expected movement. The one who spoke to me earlier came back to my car. "Can you step out for a second?" he asked. I did, slowly, keeping my eyes on the house. The cold air hit my face. My socks were damp from the car floor mat. I felt stupid and exposed standing in my driveway under the porch light like a suspect in my own life. "We didn't find anyone," he said. "But we found more items in that wall space." The words hit in two directions at once. Relief, because they found something again. Validation, proof, something that existed outside my head. And dread, because more items meant more time, more nights, more presence. It meant the void behind my closet was not a one-time hiding spot. It was a place someone returned to like it belonged to them. "What kind of items?" I asked, and my voice sounded too small. He held up the evidence bag slightly. Inside were wrappers again, but different ones than before. Different brands, different meals. A couple more half-empty water bottles. A small cheap flashlight, the kind you buy at a gas station checkout. A folded piece of cardboard that looked like someone had shaped it to fit the curve of a body. And then he said, almost casually, "There was a different charger in there this time." Different. That word stuck to my brain like glue. Because a different charger meant one of two things. It meant they had replaced it, or it meant there were multiple chargers, multiple devices, multiple reasons to plug in. "Was the other one gone?" I asked. He hesitated for half a second. "The original one wasn't in the same spot," he said carefully. "We found a cable run deeper back. Hard to access without pulling more of the paneling and doing this in daylight." He said it like it was construction work, like it was not my life being slowly colonized behind drywall. "Did you find any kind of entry point?" I asked. "Any way they're getting in?" He shook his head. "Not obvious. No forced entry. Doors and windows are intact. We're going to file this and we'll get someone to take a closer look at the structure. Could be there's an access from an adjacent unit or from the attic space." Adjacent unit. The shared wall. I felt my stomach drop as my mind pictured the neighbor's townhouse like a mirror image of mine. Their own closets and vents and quiet habits. I thought of how sound dimmed sometimes through that wall. I thought of how silence spread like a blanket. The officer asked me the same questions again. My routine, my work hours, The times I came home, the nights I went to the gym. He asked if I had cameras inside. He asked if I had told anyone. He asked if I had noticed anything missing. I answered in the most controlled voice I could manage, because I understood something now about police conversations. The calmer you sound, the more likely you are to be treated like a person and not a problem. They left after another report, another set of photos, another set of evidence bags filled with someone else's trash and the outline of someone else's life. And then my house was quiet again. Not the mechanical hush, just the normal quiet of a place trying to pretend it was safe. The refrigerator hum returned. The HVAC breathed. The neighbor's muffled life seeped through the wall. The thermostat glowed upstairs with that pale, calm face like it had never been touched. I spent the next few days moving through my life like a sleepwalker who refused to sleep. I went to work. I smiled when people spoke to me. I kept my phone charged like it mattered more than food. I checked the app history too often. I listened to sounds too closely. I jumped when my own ice maker popped. I did not tell my friends in detail because saying it out loud made it sound like a story. And the thing I wanted most was for it to stop being a story. Then, days later, 3, maybe 4, I am not sure because time got slippery. I was sitting on my couch in the evening, trying to convince myself I could still behave like a normal person. The TV was on low. The kitchen light was on. The knife was in a drawer. But the drawer felt like it contained a different version of me. My phone buzzed with a text from a friend, something normal and boring. I opened my camera roll to send him a photo of a stupid meme I had saved. That is how I found it, a picture I did not remember taking. At first, my brain refused to categorize it. It looked like a blurred shot of my bedroom. The angle was wrong, too low, too close. The light was dim and yellowish, like it came from my hallway nightlight. For half a second, I thought it was an accidental photo. My phone camera triggered in my pocket. Then my eyes adjusted. It was me, in my bed, asleep. My face turned slightly toward the camera, mouth slightly open in that ugly, honest way people sleep when they think they are alone. One arm thrown across my chest, my blanket bunched at my waist, the blinds casting faint stripes on the wall behind me. The photo was taken from inside my bedroom near the door, not from outside the window, not from a distance, from inside my house. My throat closed. My hands went numb around my phone. I tapped the photo and stared at the timestamp, needing it to be wrong, needing it to be a glitch like the thermostat log. The metadata loaded. 3:11 a.m. The same night, I realized later, when I woke to my phone charger slightly out of the outlet. The same night I had told myself I must have bumped it in my sleep. The same night I had shrugged and moved on because the explanation was convenient. I sat there on my couch with the TV still murmuring and the refrigerator humming in the background, and the world tilted. Because the photo meant someone had been in my bedroom while I slept. They had stood close enough that my sleeping face filled the frame. They had held my phone, or their phone, and captured proof of my helplessness with a calm hand. And then they had left that proof inside my own device like a seed. I did not sleep that night. The next morning, I drove to the station with my phone in my lap like it was evidence of a crime and a weapon at the same time. The building smelled like stale coffee and floor cleaner. The fluorescent lights made my skin look gray. The waiting area chairs felt too hard, too public. When an officer finally came out to talk to me, his tone was polite in the same way the others had been polite. Professional calm, the tone you use when you expect the problem to be manageable. I handed him my phone. "Scroll," I said. "I didn't take that." He stared at the screen for a long moment. Something shifted in his face in a way I will never forget. His eyes tightened, his mouth went flat, his posture changed subtly, like the photo had added weight to the room. He asked me to unlock the phone again. He asked me if I consented to them pulling the file. He asked if I could email it to a secured address or transfer it directly. The language became more careful, more formal. He called another officer over. They both looked at the photo without speaking for a moment. The way you look at something that forces you to update your understanding of the situation. One of them finally said, "Quiet. This changes things." That should have felt like relief. It did not, because changes things did not mean fixes things. It meant the category of my fear became uglier. The officer said words I had heard on true crime shows, but never expected to hear applied to my life. "Stalking," he said, and the word felt too clean for what it implied. He explained potential charges. He talked about unlawful entry, voyeurism, harassment, depending on what they could prove. He mentioned how evidence like this could elevate it, how it could lead to requirements, registration, consequences that follow a person for life. "Registered offender," he said at one point, like it was a procedural concept. And as he spoke, I nodded like I was listening, like the vocabulary mattered. But my brain kept returning to one detail that made all their words feel hollow. The person had time. They had time to stand in my bedroom at 3:11 a.m., take a clear photo of me sleeping, and leave without waking me. They had time to plug in chargers behind my wall and swap them out. They had time to touch my thermostat at 2:41 a.m. like it was a signature. They had time to open my utility door and stand in darkness like it was their own staircase. So when the officer said charges, what I heard was later. When he said investigation, what I heard was after. When he said we will increase patrol, what I heard was if they feel like it. None of it felt like safety, because safety would have meant the photo could not exist in the first place. I left the station with my phone back in my hand and the weight of that image still inside it. And I sat in my car for a long time before I drove home. The sun was out. People were walking dogs. A kid rode a bike down the sidewalk. The world was bright and ordinary, like it had never heard of a person living inside a wall. When I finally pulled into my driveway, my townhouse looked the same as it always had. And that was the most terrifying part, because now I knew the house could look perfectly normal from the outside, while someone inside it watched me sleep long enough to frame the shot. Chapter 6, 5,900 words. The Move, 6.1, 2,000 words. Trying to buy a normal life. People talk about moving like it is a fresh start, like you pack boxes, change your address, and the past gets left behind in a neat stack at the curb. Like fear is attached to a place the way smoke is attached to curtains. Like you can bleach the air and call it clean. I learned the hard way that fear is not always tied to walls. Sometimes it is tied to patterns. Sometimes it is tied to someone else's patience. After the photo, after the police station, after the words like stalking and charges and registered offender floated through the air like paperwork, I stopped thinking in terms of fixing my townhouse. The townhouse felt contaminated, not in a mystical way, in a practical way that made my skin crawl. The staircase, the hallway thermostat glow, the closet seam, the utility door crack. All of it felt like it belonged to the person who had used it more cleverly than I ever could. The house had become a tool they understood better than I did. I could not be in there and feel like it was mine. So I moved fast. Not a normal move. Not the kind where you compare quotes and schedule a truck 2 weeks out and label boxes in neat black marker. I moved like someone evacuating a building that might collapse. I took what mattered: clothes, work gear, my laptop. A few sentimental things I could not stand to leave behind. I left behind furniture that had been with me for years because the idea of sleeping on that couch again made my stomach tighten. I left behind small items because I could not trust what had been touched. The night I decided to go, I stood in my kitchen under the harsh overhead lights and realized I had started looking at my own possessions the way you look at evidence. Was this moved? Was this handled? Was this watched? It was not a life. I called a friend I had not seen in months and asked if I could crash for a few nights. I kept my voice controlled. I did not tell him the full story over the phone. I said I had a break-in situation and needed to be somewhere else while things got sorted. He hesitated, because people always hesitate when you bring chaos into their routine. But he said yes. That first night out of the townhouse, I expected my body to unclench. I expected to sleep like a person released from a long tension. I did not. I lay on his guest bed in the dark and listened to a different house's sounds, and my fear did not care that the walls were new. My fear listened anyway. The refrigerator in his kitchen clicked on and off. The HVAC breathed. The plumbing ticked. Somewhere outside, a car passed and the tires hissed on wet pavement. Every normal sound still felt like it could be interrupted on purpose. I slept in short, broken pieces and woke up embarrassed, because waking up afraid in someone else's house feels like being caught doing something private. Within a week, I signed a lease. I did not tour apartments the way normal people do, thinking about natural light and closet space and where a couch might go. I toured apartments thinking about entry points, cameras, locks, lines of sight, blind spots. I chose a building that felt like control. It had a lobby with cameras pointed at the entrance, visible enough to deter someone who cared about being seen. It had key fobs, not just keys. It had a locked exterior door that required access, and a bright hallway that did not sink into shadow even at night. It had an elevator with a camera in the corner and mirrors that made it hard to hide. It had the kind of signage and clean paint and cheap modern lighting that made the whole building feel like a monitored system. I told myself those things meant safety. I told myself, he cannot get through a lobby camera. I told myself, he cannot live behind walls here. I told myself, he cannot touch a thermostat in a hallway where anyone could walk by. I told myself a lot of things. Moving into the apartment was faster than I could emotionally process. Boxes came in, boxes went out. My life became stacked cardboard and plastic bins for a while. The unit smelled like fresh paint and someone else's detergent. The carpet looked unused. The windows were newer, sealed tighter. The door felt heavier than my townhouse door, with a better deadbolt that clicked into place with a satisfying finality. The first night I slept there, I stood inside my new front door and listened, because I could not stop myself. The building had its own language. The elevator cables made a faint, distant whine that rose and fell like a slow, mechanical sigh. The hallway HVAC made a constant low rush, different from my townhouse because it was communal and steady. Above me, I could hear my upstairs neighbor's footsteps occasionally, soft and rhythmic. A reminder that people lived above me the way birds live on power lines. Close, casual, unaware of how much sound they create. Sometimes someone down the hall would shut a door. The sound traveled differently in the apartment building, more echo, less muffled drywall. Sometimes a toilet flushed somewhere nearby, and you could hear the water rush through pipes like a river inside the walls. Those noises should have felt comforting, proof of life, proof of normal neighbors. Instead, I treated them like variables. I became a listener again, except now I had a whole building to decode. At first, the routine came back on purpose. I rebuilt it like a ritual. I kept the same gym because it was familiar, and because changing everything at once felt like losing myself. I kept the same grocery pickup because it kept me from wandering store aisles distracted and exhausted. I kept the same late-night quiet because my body still ran on night shift rhythm. I drove the same roads. I parked in the same kinds of spots. I did everything I could to keep my life from feeling like I had been scattered. During the day, the apartment building was bright and normal. People came and went. The lobby cameras watched. The elevator dinged. The hallway lights stayed on. If I saw a neighbor, we did the polite nod and the small talk about weather like adults in a stable world. At night, the building changed. Not visually, it stayed lit. It stayed clean. But the sound changed. The hallways got quieter. The elevator ran less. The neighbor above me stopped walking. The TV sounds behind other doors dimmed. The building's constant mechanical rush became more noticeable because there was less human noise to blur it. And the worst thing was that the silence gaps still existed. Not in the exact same way as my townhouse. Not the exact same signature, but the same phenomenon. Moments where multiple background systems paused at once, creating a thin, hollow quiet that made my nerves lift like antennae. In the apartment, it would happen when the hallway HVAC stopped cycling and the elevator sat still and the neighbor above had finally fallen asleep. The building would enter a brief stillness, and my body would do the same thing it always did. It would hold its breath. I hated myself for it. I would be lying on my new bed in my new clean unit, with a heavier door and key fobs and lobby cameras between me and the world, and I would still wake up in those small gaps of silence like the universe was tapping me on the shoulder. I started doing the same stupid checks. Door lock, deadbolt, chain, windows. I checked them twice, then again, because my hands needed to do something with the fear. I bought a cheap indoor camera and pointed it at the front door, then spent an hour adjusting it until the angle felt right, because control was the only comfort I could still buy. The camera had a little status light that glowed in the dark like a tiny eye. Sometimes I stared at it and wondered if it made me safer or just made me more aware that I did not trust my own home anymore. My therapist would have had a field day with that thought. I did not have a therapist. I had a job and a lease and a life that I was trying to staple back together before it blew apart again. For a few weeks, nothing happened. That was almost worse than immediate terror. Because when nothing happens, your brain starts whispering that you overreacted, that you ran from a problem that had already ended, that you ruined your own life because you could not tolerate uncertainty, that you were the crazy one after all. I tried to let that whisper win. I tried to enjoy the building's normal sounds. I tried to treat elevator whine like background music. I tried to let my upstairs neighbor's footsteps feel like proof of ordinary people. I tried to let the constant hallway HVAC rush become a lull instead of a warning. Then one night, lying in bed, I felt that familiar shift in the air, the moment when too many things go quiet at once. The hallway HVAC stopped. The neighbor above was still. The building, for a brief second, felt hollow. In that quiet, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. One vibration. Not a call. Not a long buzzing. Just a single decisive pulse that made my body jolt. I reached for it and felt my fingers go cold before I even saw the screen. My mind went straight to the thermostat app, to device touched, to 241, to the idea of someone making my house speak from the inside. It was an email notification. No subject line preview that made sense at first. Just a generic banner. My inbox was full of normal junk. Utility updates, gym promotions, grocery pickup confirmations. I tapped it with a thumb that did not feel like mine. The email opened. The sender address was a string of characters I did not recognize, like a throwaway account. No name, no profile picture, no obvious trace. The subject line was short. You like it warm. I stared at those words until the screen dimmed slightly, and I had to tap it again to keep it awake. Warm. My townhouse had been kept at 64 with hold on. Warm plastic smell behind the panel. Warm air in the kitchen that felt like someone had been there. Warmth was no longer comfort. Warmth was evidence. I did not scroll yet. I did not read the body. My eyes stayed on the subject line like it might change if I looked away. My apartment around me was silent in that brief gap. The hallway HVAC was off. The elevator was still. Even the faint city noise outside felt distant. And in that thin quiet, with a heavier door and cameras and key fobs between me and whatever had followed me, I realized the truth I had been paying for without admitting it. I had not bought a normal life. I had just changed the set. 6.2, 1,900 words. The silence followed me. For a few days after the email, I tried to convince myself it was coincidence. That was the easiest lie. Coincidence meant the subject line was just some scammy marketing phrase that happened to scrape against my nerves. Coincidence meant the sender was just a bot, not a person. Coincidence meant "you like it warm" was not a reference to thermostat history and hold toggles and the warm plastic smell behind a closet panel. Coincidence meant my new apartment could still be a new start. So I deleted it, not because I was calm, because reading it felt like opening a door. I left my phone face down again. I made coffee. I went to work. I walked through the lobby with the cameras and the key fob and the bright hallway lights like I was auditioning for normal life. I nodded at neighbors. I rode the elevator and watched my own reflection in the mirror, checking behind myself without meaning to. I told myself I was fine. But at night, the building reminded me that I was not. In my townhouse, I had learned the house's language. I could predict the refrigerator relay click. I could hear the HVAC cut off mid-cycle. I could feel the 1-second mechanical hush arrive like a signature, like the building itself holding its breath on purpose. In the apartment, the sounds were different, but the pattern came back anyway. The first time I recognized it, I was sitting on the edge of my bed with the TV off, trying to force my body to unwind. The hallway HVAC had been running steadily for most of the evening, that constant low rush of air that made the apartment feel less exposed. Somewhere above me, my upstairs neighbor's footsteps had thinned out. A toilet flushed down the hall, and the pipes murmured for a while, then settled. Then, without warning, too many things stopped at once. The hallway HVAC cut out. The faint elevator whine disappeared. The building's little background buzz, the subtle electrical hum you never notice until it is gone, seemed to thin. For a brief second, my unit felt vacuum-sealed, not silent in the normal sense, not peaceful, just emptied. My heart reacted before my mind did. I held my breath automatically, like my body remembered the rule. When the house goes quiet, listen. In that gap, I waited to hear what came next. Nothing happened. No footsteps, no obvious movement, no tapping. Then the hallway HVAC clicked back on, air rushing through the vents again, and the building returned to its normal mechanical breathing. I exhaled slowly and told myself it was trauma. That word became my bandage. Trauma meant my nervous system was misfiring. Trauma meant my brain was scanning for patterns because it had been trained by fear. Trauma meant the hush was just a normal coincidence of building systems cycling at the same time, and my body was assigning meaning because meaning felt safer than randomness. I repeated it to myself like a script. Trauma, trauma, trauma. It did not stop me from staring at vents. I started noticing my new place's vents the way I used to notice my townhouse's thermostat. The long rectangular grill in the ceiling above my living room. The smaller one above the bathroom. The one near the bedroom door that made a faint metallic tick when it cooled. I would catch my eyes drifting to them without meaning to, like I expected them to open. Closet doors became suspicious again. Not because I believed there was a hidden void behind them, but because closets are spaces designed to hide things. And my mind had learned that design can be exploited. I started closing my closet door with extra care, making sure it latched, making sure it sat flush. I started noticing if the seam of the door frame cast a slightly different shadow than it did the day before. I began watching the gap under my bedroom door. It sounds insane until you have lived with the idea of someone moving through your home while you sleep. Then the smallest gaps become possibilities. The thin strip of darkness under the door became a screen my brain wanted to read. If a shadow passed, I would notice. If light shifted, I would notice. If the hallway looked too dark, I would notice. The bathroom cabinet became another place my eyes returned to. There is a faint shadow under most bathroom cabinets, a little dark strip where the toe kick sits. In normal life, you never think about it. In my life, that shadow started to feel like a hiding place, even though nothing could fit there. My brain did not care about physics. My brain cared about the feeling of concealed space. I kept telling myself, it is trauma. I kept trying to behave like a normal person anyway. I rebuilt my routines with stubborn discipline. Same gym, same grocery pickup, same drive home, same late night quiet. I refused to change everything because changing everything would have meant admitting the person behind my townhouse wall had truly rewritten my life. So I held the routine tight, and the dread threaded through it anyway. The 1 second hush returned more often after the email, or maybe I noticed it more. Either way, it started to feel familiar again, recognizable, not identical. The hush in the apartment did not include a refrigerator compressor clicking off because the refrigerator was in my unit and cycled differently. It did not include neighbor TV sound dimming the way it did through my shared wall. It was a different set of systems. But the effect was the same. A brief moment when the world seemed to step away from sound. A brief moment that made me feel watched. One night, I stood in my hallway with my hand on the bathroom light switch and waited. I do not know why. The urge came on like a compulsion. My apartment was quiet. The hallway HVAC was running. The elevator was distant. The building felt normal. I turned off the bathroom light and stood in the darkness for a moment, letting my eyes adjust, listening. The hush came soon after. It always did, eventually. The hallway HVAC cut out. The building went thin and still. I held my breath, and then I heard it. Soft fingertip tapping, not on my door, not on the wall right beside me, down the hallway outside my unit. 3 taps. Light. Testing. Tap. 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 I froze so hard my shoulders hurt. I stared at my front door as if I could see through it. The deadbolt sat locked. The chain was in place. The peephole showed nothing but distorted hallway light. The tapping stopped. The hallway HVAC clicked back on, rushing air again, and the building filled with normal sound, like a blanket thrown over something ugly. I stood there with my hand still hovering near the light switch, heart slamming, listening for footsteps, for the elevator, for any sign that someone was out there. Nothing. No footfalls. No door shutting. No laughter. No voices. Just the normal apartment building hum returning as if the tapping had never happened. I told myself it could have been a neighbor, someone tapping on their own door, someone dropping something, someone testing a stuck keypad. Something harmless, something explainable. But my body did not accept that explanation. Because the tapping had the same texture as before. Not a knock, not a fist. Fingertips. Testing. The kind of sound a person makes when they want to know if you are awake without making enough noise to be caught. I stayed in that hallway for a long time after, staring at my vents and closet door and the gap under my bedroom door like they could betray me, repeating the word trauma in my head like it was a prayer. And somewhere underneath that rational voice, a quieter thought kept forming, cold and simple. The silence was not just inside my townhouse. It was inside me now, and it knew how to return wherever I lived. 6.3, 2,000 words. The email at 241 months passed before I let myself believe the move had worked. Not because I felt safe exactly, more like I felt less hunted. The difference mattered in small ways. I stopped checking the deadbolt 3 times before bed. I stopped sleeping with my phone in my hand. I stopped sitting under bright kitchen lights like a guard at a desk. The indoor camera still sat on a shelf pointed at the front door, but I stopped watching its feed like it was a live broadcast of my life unraveling. I told myself that was healing. I told myself the tapping in the hallway had been a neighbor. I told myself the hush in the building was just building systems cycling together. I told myself the first email with the subject line had been a coincidence, some scam phrase that had scraped against the raw parts of my brain. I even bought little comforts, like a person trying to bribe his own nervous system back into normal. A white noise machine, a new lamp with warm light instead of harsh overheads, thick curtains, a cheap tabletop thermostat that controlled a small space heater I used on winter nights when the building's heat felt too dry and uneven. I liked the dial. I liked the physicality of it. A simple plastic knob you could turn without opening an app, without leaving a log, without creating data. The heater had a gentle fan sound that made the bedroom feel less exposed. I told myself, this is control. This is normal. And for a while, the apartment let me pretend. My routine rebuilt itself quietly. Same late gym, same grocery pickup, same drive home past the same interchange, the same sodium orange streetlights, the same empty stretches where the city felt like it was holding its breath. The building became familiar. The elevator cable whine stopped sounding like a warning and started sounding like background. My upstairs neighbor's footsteps became predictable enough that I could ignore them. The hallway HVAC rush became a blanket again instead of a countdown. Fear did not leave me, but it moved to the edges, like something you learn to live with. Then the night came when my body remembered everything in one instant. It was late, after midnight. One of those nights where the world outside looks flat and distant through apartment windows, like you are living in a lit box suspended above a sleeping city. I had gotten home from work and not gone straight to bed. I sat at my kitchen island, the way I used to in the townhouse, because some habits never fully die. The island was narrower than my old one, a cheap faux stone surface that always felt cold to the touch. A single pendant light hung above it and made a soft circle of light that kept the rest of the living room dim. The TV was off, The sink was dry. A grocery receipt sat folded beside my keys. My phone lay face down like it had earned that position. The refrigerator hummed. Not the same refrigerator as before, obviously. This one was smaller, louder, more apartment grade. But the hum had the same function in my mind. Proof the world was still moving. Proof my home had a pulse that was supposed to be mine. I sat there scrolling aimlessly, trying to settle down, listening to the building breathe around me. The hallway HVAC was running. I could hear the faint rush through the vent above my kitchen. Somewhere down the hall, a door closed softly. Above me, my neighbor shifted in bed or rolled over. One muted thump, then stillness again. Outside, distant traffic hissed in thin waves. Everything ordinary. Then the refrigerator stopped mid-hum, a clean cut. The vent rush faded at almost the same moment, like the building's lungs had decided to pause. The upstairs neighbor went still. Even the distant traffic sounded thinner, like my ears had been stuffed with cotton. The 1-second mechanical hush returned, not identical to the townhouse, but recognizable enough that my throat tightened instantly. In that hush, my phone vibrated once, one decisive pulse against the countertop. My skin went cold. I turned it over slowly, like it might bite. The lock screen lit up, harsh and bright in the dim kitchen. An email notification sat there like a small square of poison. You like it warm. My mouth went dry so fast it felt like my tongue stuck to my teeth. For a moment, I did not unlock the phone. I just stared at the subject line and felt the old sensations rise as if they had been waiting behind my ribs for months. Nausea, pressure, a tightness in my scalp like my skin wanted to crawl away. The refrigerator kicked back on downstairs with a deeper hum, as if to cover the moment. The vent resumed its rush. The building returned to normal sound, and the sudden normalcy made the email feel even more deliberate, like it had been timed to land in the gap. I unlocked my phone. My hands were steady enough to type my passcode, but my heartbeat was not steady at all. It felt like it was hitting the inside of my chest with blunt force. The email came from an address that meant nothing. A string of letters and numbers. No name, no signature, no greeting, just the subject line. I opened it. The body of the email contained almost nothing. No explanation, no paragraphs, no threats in words. There was a single attachment. A photo. I stared at the thumbnail for a long time before tapping it, because I already knew what it would be. The knowing did not come from logic. It came from pattern. It came from the way my body recognized the shape of this moment. When I tapped it, the image expanded. For a second, my brain refused to process it as real. It looked like a surveillance shot, grainy, dim, yellowish light. Then the details sharpened. It was my bedroom, my new bedroom. The angle was wrong in a way that made my stomach twist. Too high, too close to the ceiling, pointed downward at the bed. I could see the top edge of my closet doors along the left side of the frame, their vertical lines faint in the low light. I could see the small nightstand on the right side, the one I bought after I moved, with a cheap lamp and a phone charger cable coiled neatly. And in the center of the frame, in the bed, was me, asleep. My face turned slightly toward the camera. One arm bent up near my head, blanket pushed down because I sleep hot. My mouth slightly open. My hair flattened on the pillow in an ugly, honest way I never see in mirrors. The sight of myself like that, unconscious, unguarded, hit me with a physical wave of shame and fear so strong, I almost dropped the phone. But the worst part was not the bed. It was what appeared in the top corner. A blurred shape, pale against the dim background. A hand, not a full arm, not a body, just the suggestion of fingers, caught mid-motion and out of focus, as if the person holding the camera had shifted slightly at the last second. The blur made it worse, because it implied movement. And near that blur, on the small shelf by the closet line, I saw the object that made the email subject feel like a private joke. My tabletop thermostat. The little plastic knob I bought because I wanted comfort without logs. In the photo, the thermostat was in frame like it had been deliberately included. A quiet proof, and the blurred hand was close to it, hovering near the dial as if it had just turned it, as if warmth was something the person could adjust about my life with casual fingers. I stared at that corner until my eyes burned. My brain tried to find any other explanation. Any. A maintenance worker, a neighbor, a camera glitch, a hacker. Anything that did not involve a person inside my unit. But there is no angle from outside that gives you that shot. Not through the window, not through the hallway, not through the peephole. The photo was taken from inside my bedroom, from above, near the closet line, in the dark. I swallowed hard and forced my thumb to move. I pulled up the metadata. I told myself not to. I told myself the time would not matter, that the photo would be enough to confirm the worst. But my thumb moved anyway, because some part of me needed the pattern to complete itself, like a sentence that cannot end until the last word is spoken, the details loaded. 2:41 a.m. I felt my stomach drop so hard, it was like falling through the chair. 2:41, not midnight, not a random hour, not the time I usually woke up to use the bathroom, not a reasonable time. The time, the signature. The same number that had first appeared in my townhouse thermostat history, like a stupid glitch I tried to explain away. The same time that had become a private marker of being touched, of being manipulated, of being reminded that someone could do things inside my home while I was not present or not awake. I sat in my apartment kitchen with the refrigerator humming again, with the hallway HVAC rushing, with the building sounding perfectly normal, and I realized the move had not broken anything. It had only proven something else. It had proven patience. Whoever did this had the kind of patience I could not imagine. The kind of patience that does not burn out. The kind of patience that lets a person wait through police reports and evidence bags and new locks and leases and lobby cameras and key fobs until the right moment arrives again. The photo was not just proof they had found me. It was proof they could repeat the act anywhere I tried to rebuild. And the email subject line was not just a phrase. It was an observation, a personal detail, a preference, a way of saying, I know what you do for comfort now. I know what you bought. I know where you keep it. I know how warm you like your room while you sleep. My skin prickled. I felt suddenly aware of my apartment's layout the way I used to in the townhouse, where shadows lived, where sound pooled, what angles existed from doorways. I looked down the hall toward my bedroom without moving my head, because turning felt like inviting something to be there. The bedroom door was slightly open. It always was. I hated fully closed doors now, because closed doors make you imagine what you cannot see. So I left it cracked the way people do when they want air to move through. The gap looked like a thin, dark mouth. I could not see inside from where I sat. Not fully. Just the edge of the closet line and the corner of the bed frame if I leaned. I did not lean. I did not get up. I did not call out. I sat there in the circle of kitchen light with my phone in my hand and listened to the building around me like I was waiting for it to betray itself. The refrigerator compressor ran steady. The hallway HVAC breathed. Above me, the neighbor shifted again, one dull thump. Everything ordinary. And that ordinariness felt like the most deliberate part of all, because it meant someone could exist inside my life without making the world react. They could stand in my bedroom long enough to frame a shot. They could hover a hand near a thermostat dial. They could leave without waking me. Then they could wait months to send the proof, choosing the moment when the building went briefly quiet and my body would remember to listen. That is what the move did. It did not break the pattern. It proved the pattern belonged to someone else now. Someone who could carry it with them the way you carry a habit, the way you carry a private joke, the way you carry time. I sat at my kitchen island and stared at the email subject line again. You like it warm. And in the soft, mechanical noises of my secure apartment, I understood something that made my throat tighten harder than fear. Warmth was not comfort anymore. Warmth was a message, and the message had followed me. Chapter 7, 6,200 words. The manual change, Section 7, 1, 2,200 words. Writing it down instead of calling anyone. I am not writing this for the police. I want that to be clear before anything else, because I can already hear the comments in my head. The ones people always have when a story gets too specific and too ugly. Why did you not call someone? Why did you stay? Why did you wait? Why did you not move sooner? Why did you not buy a gun? Why did you not set a trap? Why did you not just leave the country like a sane person? The answer is simple and humiliating. I tried. I called. I reported. I handed over evidence. I did the adult thing and spoke in a calm voice while my hands shook under the desk. I watched officers walk through my home and say things like, "No forced entry" and "trespassing," as if the problem could be reduced to the kind of language that fits in a report. I listened to them talk about patrols and charges and procedures, and then I went home and slept under the same ceiling. And when I told friends, the reactions split into two kinds that both made me feel worse. Some people looked at me with pity in their eyes, like I was already damaged goods, like my fear was contagious, like being around me might make them feel unsafe in their own homes. They would say the right things in the right tone. That is terrifying. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Do you want to stay with me? But their faces always held the same quiet conclusion. This is too much. This cannot be real. Other people joked, because joking is how adults cover discomfort. They would laugh and say, "Bro, you got a squatter goblin. You got a ghost roommate. Check behind the furnace for Bigfoot." They would make it light because they did not know what else to do with it. And every time I tried to explain the pattern, how it always seemed to land at the same time, how the silence had a signature, how the tapping sounded like fingertips testing boundaries, how the logs said manual like a slap, I watched their attention drift, not because they did not care, but because the human brain protects itself by refusing to fully imagine other people's horror. So I stopped telling people. I stopped calling the police unless I had something physical. Because the truth is, police can only chase what they can catch. They cannot arrest a feeling. They cannot cuff a pattern. They cannot file charges against silence. And when your life becomes defined by a thing that leaves almost no trace, you start to understand why people send stories to horror channels instead of authorities. Because at least a horror channel will believe you long enough to read it out loud. That is what I am doing right now. I am sitting at my kitchen island in my secure apartment, with my laptop open and the cursor blinking like a heartbeat. The building around me is quiet in that late-night way that makes every small sound sharp. The overhead light is off. I am using the warm pendant light above the island, the same soft circle of light that makes the rest of the room feel dim, like a stage. My stove clock glows green in the corner of my vision. The laptop fan has a faint whine that rises and falls depending on what the machine is doing. It is the kind of noise you never notice until you are listening too hard. And I am always listening too hard now. My refrigerator cycles behind me, humming low, then easing down, then clicking back on like it is breathing in its sleep. Under my front door, the hallway light leaks in as a thin, pale strip, and I have caught myself staring at that strip more times than I can admit. I can tell when someone walks past outside by the way the light changes. I can tell when the elevator runs by the faint shift in vibration through the floor. I can tell when the hallway HVAC turns on, because the vent above my kitchen makes a barely audible tick before the air rush resumes. This apartment is a different set, different walls, different smells, different mechanical language. But the pattern found me anyway. It started in the townhouse, my suburban Columbus place with the shared wall and the small garage and the upstairs hallway thermostat. It started with comfort, fridge compressor cycles, ice maker pop, HVAC breath, distant freeway hiss. It started with me being the kind of person who liked routine because routine made the world feel safe. Then it started to glitch. The thermostat set to 64 with hold on when I could swear I did not do it. The phone charger not seated in the outlet even though I remembered plugging it in. The porch light off once, the microwave clock reset. The small, humiliating misalignments that made me question my own memory. Then the log entry that should not exist. Manual change, 2:41 a.m. 64F, hold. I proved I was not home when it happened. Slack timestamps, a dispatcher call, the wind cutting through my hoodie in the parking lot at the exact minute the app said someone touched the device inside my house. Manual meant fingers on plastic. Manual meant someone in my hallway. Then the tape test, the hair trick, the panel seam shifting under my fingertips, the tapping answering me from the other side like the wall had a mouth, then the house holding its breath. That 1-second mechanical hush where too many things cut out at once, and the silence itself felt engineered. In that hush, I heard a soft shift inside the wall, weight on wood, a presence controlling its sound. Then the police, the first sweep, the polite calm, the way my fear sounded crazy in a normal voice. Then the crawl space proof. Wrappers, bottled water, improvised bedding, a phone charger plugged into an outlet inside a void that should not exist. The word trespassing, spoken like it could carry the weight of what it meant to realize someone had been living inside your home. Then the door that unlocked from the inside. The chair still wedged under the handle, but the deadbolt turned. No damage, no forced entry. Just the sick realization that if someone was already inside, locks were just decoration. Then the basement door cracked open at 2 a.m. Darkness like a solid object, and a shape at the bottom step that looked too much like shoulders. The way I slammed the door and ran like my body understood faster than my mind. Then more evidence, still no person. More wrappers, more water, a different charger, a little stash of items that felt like someone's life tucked into my structure like a parasite. Then the artifact that changed everyone's tone. A photo on my phone that I did not take. Me asleep in bed, time-stamped 3:11 a.m., taken from inside my bedroom. That was the moment the language finally got darker. Stalking, charges, registered offender. Words that sounded like justice until you realize justice does not rewind time. Justice does not remove the fact that a stranger stood in your room long enough to frame your sleeping face. I moved. I abandoned the townhouse like it was contaminated. I chose an apartment with cameras, key fobs, bright hallways, control systems, anything that felt like it could keep a person out. I rebuilt routine, because routine was the only way I knew how to live, and the pattern followed. The hush returned, not identical, but recognizable, like a signature written with a different pen. I caught myself staring at vents and closet doors, and the gap under my bedroom door like my eyes had been retrained. Then the email. You like it warm. And months later, another one. Same subject line. Inside, a photo of me asleep in the new apartment, taken from above near the closet line. A blurred hand near the small tabletop thermostat I bought for comfort. Metadata, 2:41 a.m., that time again. That private marker, that impossible insistence. When you see a pattern repeat across different buildings, different locks, different cameras, you stop believing in coincidence. You stop believing in maybe. You stop believing the world is random. You start believing someone is patient. And that is why I am writing this now, tonight, instead of calling anyone. Because I am tired of sounding crazy in a calm voice. Because I am tired of watching people's expressions change only when I hand them proof, and then watching them shrug when proof does not come with a person attached. Because the thing that has been following me does not seem afraid of consequences. It seems only interested in reminding me that it can reach me whenever it wants to. The cursor on my laptop blinks at the end of this paragraph, like it is waiting for me to admit something I have been avoiding. The truth is, I do not know if this is one person or more than one. I do not know how they get in. I do not know if it started as something simple, an access point I never noticed, a mistake I made, and then grew into something worse. All I know is that the sound pattern is real. The hush is real. The tapping is real. The logs are real, and the photos are real, which means someone has been in my rooms while my eyes were closed. Outside my door, the hallway light still leaks in under the threshold, a thin, pale line. The refrigerator hums behind me and then eases down, like it is deciding whether to stop. The laptop fan whines softly. The stove clock glows. My apartment building breathes, steady, mechanical, almost soothing, until it is not. And as I type this to you, whoever you are, reading stories for strangers in the dark, my hands keep drifting toward my phone without meaning to, as if the screen is going to light up again, as if it is going to tell me, in clean app language, that something inside my life has been touched. Again. 2,000 words. The house soundtrack drops to 0. I kept typing because typing is the only thing that makes the night feel linear. The words move forward. The cursor blinks. The story becomes something that can be read from start to finish, like a road you can drive without getting lost. It is a small comfort. The idea that if I keep my hands moving, I can outrun whatever is happening inside my head. The kitchen island is cool under my forearms. The pendant light above me makes a warm circle on the countertop, and everything beyond it sits in shadow. My laptop fan whines softly, then eases down. The stove clock glows green. The refrigerator hum is steady behind me, low and dull, like a throat clearing. Under the front door, the strip of hallway light is still there, a thin, pale line that makes the darkness feel measured. I type another sentence, then another, and the familiar cues start stacking in my peripheral awareness the same way they always do before the hush. It is never just one thing. It is the way multiple normal sounds decide, at the same time, to pause. First, the refrigerator changes pitch. It does that little deepening, the compressor loading slightly, like it is about to settle. I feel my shoulders tighten without permission. I keep my eyes on the laptop screen anyway, pretending I am a person who can ignore patterns. The refrigerator stops mid-hum, not with a smooth fade, with that abrupt relay cut that makes the sound snap off like someone pinched a wire. The silence it leaves behind is too clean, too immediate. A second later, the hallway HVAC, my building's constant background rush, winds down. I hear it through the vent above the kitchen. The air sound thins, then stops. The vent makes a faint metallic tick as it cools, a tiny sound that feels like punctuation. Somewhere in the hallway outside my unit, there had been distant noise. Footsteps, maybe, or the elevator shifting, or the soft murmur of someone's TV leaking through a door. That faint life sound fades too, like someone turned the hallway volume down. Even the low electrical buzz I never used to notice seems to thin. My fingers hover over the keys for a fraction of a second. I tell myself not to. I tell myself it is nothing. I tell myself building systems cycle. Refrigerators cut off. HVAC fans stop. Hallways go quiet at night. The world is full of normal pauses, but my body does not accept normal anymore, because I can feel it, the moment when too many things stop at once. The house soundtrack drops towards zero. I hold my breath before I even realize I am doing it. The hush arrives. In the townhouse, it was always about 1 second, sharp and signature. In this apartment, it has been slightly different, sometimes shorter, sometimes less clean, sometimes blurred by building noise. Tonight, it is not blurred. Tonight, it is pure. For a moment, there is no refrigerator hum, no HVAC rush, no neighbor above shifting, no elevator whine, no distant hallway movement. The strip of light under the door looks more defined, as if even the air around it has stiffened. 1 second passes. I count it without meaning to. My eyes stay on the laptop screen, but I do not read what I am typing anymore. The words become shapes. The cursor becomes a heartbeat I can see. 2 seconds. The hush does not break. My skin prickles. My ears feel too open. The silence is not absence. It is pressure. Almost 3 seconds. That is when my phone lights up. It is not a vibration. It is not a notification sound. It is the screen itself, bright and sudden in the dim kitchen, as if someone opened a small window in the dark. The glow hits the underside of my hands and the edge of my laptop like a flare. My throat tightens so hard it hurts. The phone is on the counter to my right. I did not touch it. I know I did not touch it because my hands have been on the keyboard. The laptop keys are still warm under my fingertips. My wrists are still in the same position. The screen shows the thermostat app. Open. Not the home screen. Not the temperature display that loads first. The history tab, as if it was waiting there, as if it had been opened already, prepared, ready to show me something the moment the world went quiet enough. The hush breaks and the refrigerator clicks back on behind me with a deeper hum that feels too loud now, like a person clearing their throat after listening in silence. The hallway HVAC coughs and resumes its rush. The building returns to its mechanical breathing. But my attention is pinned to the phone. The app is open. The history page is visible. My hands hover above the keyboard, frozen. The cursor still blinks on my laptop screen, patiently, as if nothing is happening. I do not touch the phone right away. I cannot. Because touching it feels like agreeing to whatever it wants to show me. I stare at it and try to make my brain produce a technical explanation. A glitch, a background refresh, the app reopening because it was last used, the phone waking because of a scheduled update. Except I have not opened the thermostat app tonight. Not once. I have kept it away from my hands on purpose, like avoiding looking at an injury. And the screen is not just awake. It is positioned exactly where the pattern lives. History, manual, time. A small cold sweat gathers at the base of my neck. Then I hear something that makes my stomach drop harder than the phone ever could. A soft fabric shift. It comes from the direction of my bedroom, near the closet line, behind the half-open door. It is not a footstep, not a creak, not a heavy movement. It is the sound of cloth brushing wood, a sleeve sliding lightly along a door frame, a jacket cuff grazing a closet door. The kind of sound that is so intimate it feels like it belongs inside your own body, not inside your home. I stop breathing again. My eyes flick toward the hallway to my bedroom without moving my head fully, because moving feels like giving away my awareness. The bedroom door is still cracked the way I always leave it. The darkness beyond it looks smooth and empty. Too empty. The strip of hallway light under my front door remains steady. No shadow passes, no elevator ding. The building's sounds have returned, but they feel distant now, like the apartment is a bubble and everything outside it is irrelevant. I listen for the fabric sound again. Nothing. The refrigerator hums. The HVAC rushes. The laptop fan whines softly. Normal soundtrack, but my nervous system is still caught in that nearly 3-second hush. The way you stay frozen after a loud bang even when the room goes quiet again. I turn my attention back to the phone. The thermostat app history is still open. A list of events is visible. Most of them are boring. Schedule updates, temperature reached, system runtime. The kind of entries you never read unless you are looking for a signature. My thumb hovers above the screen. I tell myself I should not touch it. I tell myself I should grab my keys and leave. Sit in my car. Call the police again. Do anything except become the person who sits still and watches a screen like it is an oracle. But I do not move, because I have learned something ugly about myself in the last year. When the worst moment comes, my body freezes. The phone screen waits. The list waits. The house breathes again around me, and somewhere past the cracked bedroom door, in that shadowed strip of space near the closet line, something has just shifted fabric against wood, like it is adjusting its stance, like it is getting comfortable, like it knows I will keep looking at the screen until I see what it wants me to see. 7.3, 2,000 words. The cold ending. The cursor blinks at the end of my sentence like it is waiting for me to admit something. My kitchen feels smaller now, as if the circle of pendant light has tightened, as if the dim edges of the room have crept inward while I was focused on the screen. The refrigerator hum is back, but it sounds artificial, like a recording of a refrigerator. The hallway HVAC rush has resumed, but it feels too smooth, too steady, like it is trying to convince me it never stopped. My phone is still lit on the counter. The thermostat app is still open to the history tab. I am still not breathing right. I force myself to inhale slowly through my nose. The air feels cold on the way in. I taste stale coffee from earlier. I smell nothing else, which somehow makes it worse, because in the townhouse there had been smells. Dust, warm plastic, insulation. Here the air is clean, and the cleanliness feels like camouflage. My thumb finally touches the screen. The list scrolls a fraction of an inch under the pressure, as if the phone is alive and responsive and normal. The movement makes my stomach clench. It should not be the scariest part, the fact that a screen can move. But everything normal tonight feels like it is happening in the wrong context. like a lullaby played in a room where someone is hiding. I steady the phone with my other hand. I stare at the most recent entries, expecting the new one to appear like a bruise. The list is filled with boring lines that blur together. Schedule, system run, temperature reached. The app language is clean and unemotional, and I hate it for how easy it makes something intimate sound. Then the screen refreshes. It does not animate like a dramatic reveal. It just updates, quietly, like it is doing what it always does. A new line appears at the top. Manual temp change, 2:41 a.m. Hold for a second. My brain refuses to translate it. It reads it the way you read a word you have seen too many times, until it stops feeling like language. Manual, 2:41, hold. My stomach drops anyway. The time is too perfect, too deliberate, a signature written in the most bureaucratic font possible. The building around me continues to make its small noises. The refrigerator hums. The vent rushes. Somewhere above, a neighbor shifts and the floor gives a faint, dull response. The normal soundtrack is back in full, as if the world is trying to drown the sentence out. It does not work, because the sentence is not just information, it is a presence. It is the proof that someone has touched something in my home again, at the same time as always. While I am awake and watching and still unable to move, I stare at that line until my eyes sting. The pendant light above the island buzzes faintly, a soft electrical sound that suddenly feels too loud. The laptop fan whines a little higher, then settles. My typing hand rests on the keyboard like a hand placed on a sleeping animal. I tell myself to stand up. I tell myself to grab my keys. I tell myself to call 911. I tell myself to do anything except sit here like a person waiting for permission to be harmed. My body does not listen, because the other sound comes immediately after the log entry, and it is so small, it would be easy to miss if you were not already living at maximum attention. A tiny metal-on-metal movement, not from the kitchen, not from the hallway outside my front door, from my bedroom, from the direction of the closet line, a soft, precise scrape, like a cheap knob shifting against its internal plate. The kind of sound you hear when someone turns a doorknob without fully committing, the way you test a door before you try to open it. My blood feels cold in my arms. I stare at the crack of darkness in the bedroom doorway. The door is still slightly open. The room beyond is dim. The closet itself is not visible from where I sit, only the corner where the wall angles and the darkness thickens. Another tiny movement, the knob turning a few millimeters, testing resistance. It is not a full turn, not a dramatic twist. It is cautious, patient, controlled, as if whoever is behind it wants to know whether I will react, as if they have done this enough times to understand human timing. I do not approach. I do not stand. I do not say, "Who is there?" My mouth is slightly open and I cannot feel my tongue. The refrigerator hums behind me, steady, almost comforting. The HVAC breathes through the vent in a constant wash. The building is doing everything it can to feel ordinary. The knob movement stops. The silence between my heartbeat and the house noises feels stretched, like a thin membrane. I listen for a footstep, for fabric, for the closet door opening, for anything that would turn this into an emergency someone else might believe. Nothing. Just the stillness that follows a test. I look down at my laptop screen because it is easier than looking into the dark. The cursor is still blinking. My last paragraph ends mid-thought because my hands stopped. The story sits there like a body on a table unfinished. I put my fingers back on the keys, not because I feel brave, because typing is the only movement I can make that does not feel like surrender. I type another sentence, then another, the letters appearing in neat rows as if they belong to a different version of my life. My hands shake slightly, but the words still form. I tell you, the person reading this, that the log updated while I watched, that the time is always the same, that the closet knob moved like it was being tested from the inside. I tell you, I am not walking over there. I tell you, I am not opening it. I tell you, I am staying in this chair under this warm pendant light, with my phone glowing beside my laptop, because the only control I have left is the ability to put the truth into a shape that can be shared. The refrigerator hum continues. The HVAC breath continues. The stove clock glows. The hallway light under my front door remains a thin, pale line, unchanged. The world is back to normal sound, and that normal sound is the coldest part of it, because it means whatever just happened was small enough to fit inside the routine without breaking it. I keep typing until my eyes blur and my fingers feel numb. I do not look at the bedroom door again. I do not listen for the knob to move a second time. I do not give the darkness the satisfaction of my attention. I just keep typing, because I have learned that my body will freeze in place, and my mind will do the only thing it still thinks might help. Record it, confess it, turn it into a story someone else will hear in a dark room with their own refrigerator humming. And the last thing I type, the thing I wish was not true, lands in me like a trapdoor opening. The scariest part is not that someone got in, it is that they learned I would freeze and let them stay. The house sounds come fully back, fridge hum, HVAC breath, like nothing happened at all. And the closet stays perfectly still.